Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're basically going to be leveling Bard. That's what we're doing. I will start by logging in and checking retainers and things like that on Alpha, and then I'll immediately hop on over to Ravana. So that's why we are on Alpha right now. But that's the plan. We're just going to be doing roulettes. I think what we might do, someone suggested last time that we should go to a major city, maybe even specifically Limsa, and actually say we're trying to queue for Alliance Raid before we actually do it, so that there's more people queuing. Or like, we queue and then if it doesn't pop, we start asking people to queue. We might try that. With that said, Ekitsu, Derby, Catch, Shaq, Girahin, Ajibus the Fat Man, Ogni, Shurakai, Bob, Materia, and Rust. Hope you're all doing very well. Perfect. Oh, right. We should, Hey, Gazel. Hope you're doing well. We should do something about this. Huh. Huh. Schnurble. Schnurble tufts. Well, we can deal with the rest of this while on Ravana, so we can just go over now. Sure. The slide of the sunglasses. Yeah, Yumiya was so nice as to gift Smol Caetsu some sunglasses. So of course we're using them. Ram ta dum dum dum. Hey Cyanide and Ham, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Bob, we will start with Alliance Raid Roulette specifically because when we go to OCE, it's really late on OCE. So the sooner we can do it, the more likely it is that it's actually going to happen. Even with the worldwide travel, we've had trouble actually getting it to pop recently on Ravana. Or at all on Ravana. Hey Coco, hope you're doing well as well. Do we have friends here? I'm guessing I snuck past everyone because they usually hang out down here. Nope, they're over at the usual place. I think my igloo internet will melt in the Aussie heat. I don't think that's how it works, Coco, but I guess the idea is sound. Holy pain. Yeah. It is certainly something else. Wow. The melody almost gets to play out fully. Yeah, I'll clean my inventory, and once we've done that, I will see about getting into Alliance Raid Roulette. So if you want to join for the Alliance Raid Roulette, be ready for something. And we'll do that before my job quest as well, because it'll be a level 50 thing anyway. Circus Tower! How do you do that so fast? If you're on keyboard, by default, numpad 0 just clicks. You click and then you just make sure that the cursor is pointing in the right spot. You can control the cursor with the numpad. That's how. Also, hey Zonin, hope you're doing well. What's a numpad? Is your keyboard very small, Coco? Do you have Smol keyboard? It's a magical artifact. Mayhaps, potentially. Oh boy. Small keyboard, yes. I might need help with repairs. Can I request a repair from someone? Or do I have to go to the repair guy? The mender man. It's a DLC for standard keyboards. You just download a numpad. It's just as easy as downloading more RAM. You just get some, just download it. Right. Alliance Raid Roulette then. So the way that we're going to do it is we're going to see how many we have here that wants to join. So if you want to come along for the Alliance Raid Roulette, come on over to me. Of course, Yumia. We're going to make, like, multiple groups so we can have as many people in there, like, coming along as possible. But it makes more sense to split ourselves up in multiple groups so that we can... so that if we happen to land in different alliance raids somehow, no one is just like there alone. Isn't it a macro pad for Kai's videos? Dun dun dun, you wouldn't download a numpad. Dun dun dun, you wouldn't download RAM. Dun 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 dun. You wouldn't download a car. Hacker man downloads car. Just appears in the yard. That is actually a good point. If you could just download a car and it just like appeared, then you're not like. So hey Philippe, hope you're doing well. Right, let me just do this. And let's see. Does that mean that Gazel and Caetsu does not want to join for Alliance Raid Roulette, I take it? In which case, we are 10? Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're waiting for a few more. If there's anyone on the way here, like, let me know in the chat that you're on the way, so that I don't start making like the plans before we go. We have 2 in stock in queue. Well, with Tesla's technology... Wait, with Tesla's, technically you download a car? Ah. We have 3 on the way. Updates for the car. I wonder what kind of updates you'd need to download for a car. Patch notes. You just download the patch notes. That would be pretty funny. Unlocks. Right. Now you need the subscription for your car to go 10 miles per hour faster. And you know the worst part about that one, Rust, is it's not I buy a seat heater in that sense. Under those circumstances, it is there is a seat heater, but you need to buy DLC for it to function. Which makes it even worse. Fix the bug of brakes sometimes not working. Would it be possible to play Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail while driving? Even if it was, don't recommend it. How bad is Ninja with 300 plus ping? Any ninjas? Any ninjas want to comment on this? Rust? BSR? BSR, I believe, is a ninja main, right? It's probably completely unplayable. So enjoy that. Are we still waiting for anyone? I don't know if I saw Cyanide come. If there's anyone still on the way, let me know in the chat. If there's no one else announcing they're on the way, then we will start to figure things out. Kirihin says still on my way. How many people do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How big would group 2 be? How big? Wait, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Catch, you might want to be in group 2 then. Or either Catch or Girahin, I suppose. I suppose Girahin can join group 2 when they're here. Then we have 6 and 6, right? Or 7 and 6, I think. Coco says I'm swimming. Hey Nikolaus, hope you're doing well, and I'm glad to hear that you enjoy Bard. Ninja and Ravana must feel pretty smooth for Kai. Wait. Why for me? Why for me? Why not make 3 groups? I suppose what would be the easiest is well, no, then we would need full 24. The reason why we're not making 3 groups is simply like, if we don't have over 16 people, then we can, like, when we get into the Alliance raid, we can, you know, fill 2 groups better than we can fill 3, and the important part is that we can... that if we somehow get separated, then no one's alone. That's the main idea. I believe Girheen is coming in right now. There's your 6th, Ymir. Latency and all. Well, basically, Felipe, I'm playing on 300 ms myself, so I would simply not play Ninja on Materia. Like, basically ever. I won't do it. That's actually the interesting thing, is that the first time I visited Materia, when we had a tea time here, one of the things I went over was the fact that some jobs are unplayable and some jobs are just really bad on a high ping. And then we talked a little bit about what jobs are okay and some jobs are actually kind of fine on a really high ping. Like, nothing's perfect. Like, even something like Warrior still feels more awkward on a high ping, but you can do most of the rotation just fine. Mostly. Even if you can only single weave. Is there anyone else on the way? Is there anyone else on the way, or should we start to get it started? Looks like Yasl is joining group 2. Hey, Arutito. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if this is an FFXIV, but this is a FAQ. But do you use an MMORPG mouse? Yes, I do. I use a Corsair Scimitar. I use the first 3 buttons for the 3 furthest to the right buttons on my hotbar, and I use the second row of buttons for the 3 closer than that. And then I use this section, like the back end here, in pairs for the bonus duty actions. And because I use 2 of them, like 2 of the buttons each are bound to the same button, because I find it harder to actually click the correct button when it's that far back. Yeah, I've used MMO mice for years. Is that a left-handed mouse? No, this camera's mirrored. Surprise! Okay, go, enjoy. Yeah, I know, right, Oscar? Right then. Is this are we everyone here, or is anyone else arriving that wants to join? I think we might be as many as we're going to be then. Just reiterating for anyone that came in a little later, we're making groups for Alliance Raid Roulette. And the way we usually do that is that we spread out in multiple groups if we're more than 8. And then we queue at the same time, so that if we get a pop, we get into the same one. And today, unlike the previous times, we have a plan if it doesn't actually pop. We'll go and run around the major cities and ask people to queue for Alliance Raid Roulette. I'm sure it'll work. It seems like there's no one else coming. What do you mean, Silvermint? And also, I hope you're doing well. Different lighting? Right then. Oh, Sib arrived as well. Is he just hanging out with Kitsu? You look different today. Oh, I think it's just because the sun's out. So it makes things a little brighter, but I pull down the blinds because otherwise you would just have like whiteness behind me. Just like... But it still means that it's a little brighter in here. Light mode guy, yeah, exactly. Right then. I think maybe we're the ones that we're going to be. I don't think Kitsu wants to join, and I have a feeling Sip might also be playing something else right now, just hanging out. Hey Maru, hope you're doing well as well. Have you done Savage before? Yes, back in Shadowbringers, I was actually a raid leader for a while. But I have the majority of my raiding experience from World of Warcraft, which is similar but not exactly the same. But that is how I have so much like general knowledge about how a raid functions and all that, is partly because I've just, you know, played a similar game. What time is it over there? Here, it's 20 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, evening-ish. Is Group B ready? Or Team Ymir? Is Team Ymir ready? Okay. In that case, I will queue us when the Eosia time up here says 7:45. Oh yeah, Savage raiding is like... Difficult raids are definitely fun, it's just that I haven't really had taken the time to do it, and most times in my life, really, where I've raided, like, in a more hardcore way, right? I see the timer, we'll have to look into conscripting some people to do it with us, but I'll just finish on this thought first. Most of those times, I've gotten into Savage raiding or, you know, hardcore heroic raiding or mythic raiding, whatever you want to call it in World of Warcraft, because of a friend being like, Guy, you want to raid now? And then just like finds a raid team and joins us both in. So like I haven't really like... I have never like gone out of my way very much to get a raid team on my own. And in the context of Savage raiding, that was also a case of a friend went, do you want to Savage raid with me? I know that you're good at this. Can't you form an alliance raid if you got enough people? We're 9 players short, unfortunately. Right then. Right, so last week we got a hint from someone that said try and just mention it in like Limsa Lominsa. So I'll hop on over to Limsa Lominsa and see if I can get people to queue for Alliance Raid Roulette. Oh boy. This looks just about as populated as on Louis Soir. Also, hey Martin and Orion, hope you're both doing well. Using Louis Soir for comparison is kinda... Well, I mean... It's more to say that Louis Soir is like absolutely not the most popular world. So if I was like comparing to something that was more popular. Also, hey Aridel, hope you're doing well. Dip says this looks like Louis Suarez at 5 a.m. Really? I feel like maybe in the weekend. I think like on a work day, this is like at least the afternoon. someone responded in shout saying we're drunk. I mean, we're ready for that. Ardell is here. Is Group B here? If you can quickly pick up an Ardell, we could try and requeue. I really hope this'll work this time. Is the streamer, what are your Dawn Trail predictions? That is an... let me just withdraw from queue real quick so that we don't enter without you. Yeah, what are your Dawn Trail predictions? My Dawn Trail prediction is that a lot of people are going to be like the surprised Pikachu phase when they realize that jobs that were never announced to get major changes still get major changes. I've said this like for like half a year at least. Every time people have been like, well, I want to try Astrologian. Or Astrologian, I want to try Dragoon, but I know they're getting reworked with Dawn Trail. Is there any point in doing so? And every time I go, yes, just go for it. Does it matter? And the thing is, I'll queue again at 9:40 Eorzea time. The thing is that if you do that, then what's going to happen is that the jobs you didn't think would get changed just get changed anyway. Because there was nothing that ever said that they couldn't change a different job. The Dawn Trail bingo perchance. But that's like the main thing that I've said. Another thing that I've said before that I'm reasonably sure is going to be the case with Dawn Trail, or at least something that I don't know if it'll happen, but I'm just saying that I said in a video over a year ago at this point, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it was over a year ago, my first video on the 2-minute burst, that it would not surprise me at all if more dots are getting removed with Dawn Trail. And it would not shock me if Bard is the one that loses them. If you saw the benchmark thing that got released earlier, who knows? Maybe that windy rain of arrows that Bard uses is actually the replacement for Stormbite. Could you imagine? But the key thing is that I can't predict that much, simply because we don't know that much. Sonic Break might get the Goring Blade treatment. You know, the saddest part is that I have a feeling that they made Goring Blade a pure damage attack, because if they made it an attack with a dot component, it would be too much like Sonic Break. And yeah, that I agree. I saw the same thing, Derpy. It looks like a Faded Circle might get continuation. It kind of makes sense. Isn't Faded Circle the... Faded Circle and Double Down are the two cartridge spenders that Gunbreaker has that does not have continuation. What are the odds of Scholar getting a second dot? That would be incredibly surprising. That would be insanely surprising, but I'm holding out hope that healers are going to get a little bit more interesting. I have seen others say that it looks like the thing White Mage does in the benchmark is something that looks like Medica. So maybe they're getting like Medica 3. And if they're getting Medica 3, it better not be dead on arrival because you have no reason to use it or something silly like that. No, I might make videos discussing the upcoming changes once we see something concrete out of Tito. The problem, which I also did tackle a bit quite a while back when I made a video theorizing on Viper when we saw the initial like demonstration of the job. Was that with the information we had at that time, that with the information we had already seen, anything was possible. Like, I could construct a like a builder spender kind of job that like switches between two states. Like, one of them is for building, one of them is for spending. I could design one where, oh well, you use the dual wield one to set up buffs, and the two-handed like glaive thing is where you like burst while your buffs are active. You could have one. You could actually, with the actions we had seen in the Viper trailer, you could design Viper to be a clone of Reaper down to the final detail. I'm wondering if it would be easier to make a party finder group to do it with. What do you all think? That better? The thing is, if we switch over to have a full alliance raid, then we go from needing 16 players plus whoever happens to queue to needing 24 players exactly. Hey, Gleaming and Zach. And Phalus, hope you're doing well. Well, the wait time reduced at least. So we're going somewhere. Something's happening. Mostly full party finder seem to fill pretty quick here from my experience. Yeah. The weird thing is that I believe the role waiting list number includes your group, which means that if I'm number 6 and I know we're 16 people, at least 16 people in the queue, then it means that, because I'm a DPS, these 4 other DPS players and the 5 DPS players in the other group, like, they're also in this waiting list. Which means, do we have... Is anyone in the stream, is anyone number 1 on the wait list? Yurine says, I'm number 1 as DPS. Well, there you go. Thank you, Archibuster. So that means that we should have waiting number 1 through 10 if we're the only ones in queue, essentially. Thank you. That's the second break within 30 minutes or so. Double break. Should we try that then? Let me see how what else is here. We could make it so that we make a circus tower party finder, because you need at least labyrinth and circus tower to be able to do alliance raid roulette. And then we write in the comment that we're doing alliance raid roulette and not specifically circus tower. I think that could work. Wait, I went down 1. Yurihina, you're number 0 now. Or what's happening? What's going on here? Thank you, Arotito. Enjoy your day. Are you... What do you mean with fiending? The reason why we're doing Alliance Raid Roulette, Oscar, is because the XP is actually good. The XP is fine. It's just that relative to a few other roulettes, Alliance Raid is like, quote-unquote, dangerous. In that, like, if you're queuing past level 60, you could land somewhere higher, where it will take longer. And yeah, that's the problem, Gazel, is that we could group up into a single big alliance and try to make a full alliance. I don't actually know if you can even... Can you even do Alliance Raid Roulette with... Oh no, you can't. You can't actually do it. You need to do it as 8 players for the roulette, it seems. Huh. This is important. It would say if you could be more. Like you can see here in frontline roulette, it says 1 to 4 players, even though there's like 24 in each alliance. So we would have to just wait until this works. But the reason why we're prioritizing Alliance Raid, Oscar, is because it makes sense for me to do leveling trials, maybe even this, just for the fun of it, because this roulette sucks for XP. We can do this one, and, well, we'll reach level 60 and we can do this one. We might maybe be able to do this one, but you can probably see that Alliance Raids and Frontline, as opposed to all the other ones, are extremely time sensitive, because the actual players on this data center are either already sleeping or going to bed. So we're relying primarily on visitors. And that means that the roulettes where we rely on them, we would have to prioritize. Derby says we could do Frontline Alliance back on Alpha. We could, But this is the one roulette, specifically alliance raids especially, where I can actually bring everyone. And I always say that, and I mean it, if I could bring everyone for every roulette, everyone that wants to come, then I would bring everyone. So like that's the reason why I'm trying so hard to make this work, is because I actually want to bring everyone that actually like came here to do roulettes with me. And that's the only duty where we can actually guarantee that we're all on the same team and we can play together. So like that's the reason. Ultimately, we could just go back to Alpha and do Alliance and Frontline later. But that's the reason why I'm trying to make it so that we don't have to do that. Hiroko says, are queues organized as such? I thought your party was considered the last on queue as a whole singular, not individual players. I don't know, but I can guarantee you that we all have different waiting numbers, and it actually depends on your role as well. And part of the reason why this can be confusing is because, think about it. Let's say we have, let's say you have a group that has a tank, a DPS, and a healer queuing, right? For some roulette. That means you need a DPS. If the only other people that are queuing right now, like at that time, is a group with a healer and a DPS, and a group with a tank and a DPS, and a group with 2 DPS, if that's the only option, then your group gets nothing, even though you sat in the queue for longer, because the only valid group it can put together from this is the tank and DPS and healer and DPS. They can get paired up and then sent forward. The 2 DPS and your tank DPS healer group gets nothing. But if the 2 DPS split up and queued separately, boom, things are happening. So the queue is weird. It's really weird. This is also part of the reason why if you queue for something specific, you might see that sometimes there's like a massive spike in players that are like in the queue, like suddenly just goes bam, and then there's like 10 extra DPS queuing for the specific duty that you're queuing for. It's likely because the roulette is like, well, we have 10 DPS players queuing for Alliance Raid right now, and these 10 DPS individually are each capable of doing this one. Do we have enough to make like a full alliance and make this get somewhere? But that is also part of the reason why certain duties are just not going to pop. Like, because they're really, really hard to like gather the correct players for. Remember to click yes, everyone. We might not get a second chance. Everyone make sure to click yes. DPS players, click yes. We 3, 2. 2 players need to click yes. Please click yes. Oh boy. Ding ding! 1 heal and 1 DPS. 1 DPS. I don't know, Failers, the reason why we didn't do this is because Alliance Raid Roulette, specifically Alliance Raid Roulette, does not allow a full alliance. That's the specific reason. Because we were exactly looking at this. You can form an alliance raid. You can absolutely do that, but specifically roulettes sometimes have weird restrictions. Like for example, Frontline Why can't you queue with the full alliance for that? Because the roulette doesn't allow it for some reason. Wait, Kid says that I changed to healer and there was an instant pop, so that means that there were 8 people also queuing, but we were missing a healer. That's that is actually quite wild. Now, what I'm saying, Phaelus, is if you actually read the Alliance Raid roulette itself, it says that you can't bring 24 players. Hey, Minini! Hope you're doing well, and thank you! It would be a lot easier to answer whether you can or can't, and like whether the tooltip for the Alliance Raid Roulette is actually the one in the wrong if we had 24 people on hand. That's amazing, we actually got it to pop. Ow. I was giving up, and then it worked. Now we're going to Narnia next. Well, I'm sure both of our tanks don't do Narnia. And if we are, then Gazel is going to have a throw a fit. A hypothetical fit. Oh, there it is. Apparently, the people that are from here really want to go to Narnia. Be careful now. Now we need to actually make sure to cleave properly, otherwise these skeletons are going to kill us. And that was actually less damage, despite the dragon being like perfectly smack dab in the center. Like served up on a silver platter to hurt us real bad. I mean, Australia is Narnia. You know, the scarier part is that if the dragon is moved out away and then has to get pulled back in, then the dragon gets an opportunity to breathe on everyone. And let's not get hostile. One of the randoms said when I tank, I do both Narnia and not Narnia, just to make everyone happy. Ah, they alternate. That sounds very dangerous. Is everyone in position? Seems like it. Go on! Go out and play! Like Dalamud. Aroko says it's actually called Narnia. It's not actually called Narnia, but most people know what Narnia is, so they get the they know what you mean if you say that you pull something to Narnia or stand in Narnia. And I specifically frequently refer to being way off into the distance as Narnia because it's really funny. I don't know if it's actually called that, but it seems like everyone gets it when you say that. Oh, I know, Phalus. That's the thing. I'm perfectly aware that you can make a pre-made alliance raid, but you can't, like, as it says in the tooltip, it doesn't allow more than 8 players to queue for alliance raid roulette. Specifically roulette. That means if you have 24 people and you queue for Towered Paradigm's Breach, if everyone has Towered Paradigm's Breach, that'll work. But if the alliance raid roulette specifically says only 8, at most 8 players, then that's the requirement, right? That's why I don't think it's possible. And the reason why I say I don't think it's possible is because I haven't had 24 players on hand and then gone, let's do alliance raid roulette. So I don't actually know, because I haven't checked. But sometimes we have to trust the tooltip, because if you had a full alliance raid for frontline, that should also work. But the frontline specifically says max 4 players, so it will not let you. Even if you had just 8 players, it would still not let you, because it says max 4. Minini says, quick question, do you do Bosia or Satna when leveling? I have not. This character also doesn't have it unlocked, and we've leveled other jobs. The primary reason why I haven't done so is because I feel like it is incredibly boring to level that way. As you may have seen in my leveling guide, I mentioned that it exists and is a very efficient way to level, but I would also say that only playing basically skirmishes and critical engagements where the rules are a little bit wonky based, like, compared to what they normally are, might make you very ill-equipped to actually play the job proper when you reach level 90. Because you have no experience with actually playing like a dungeon or a trial or something with the toolkit that you have. So while it is effective, some players learn better by, like, practicing as they level, and they would be not well served by leveling in this way, I don't think. But if you want to level fast, Bosia Zatnor is a pretty good way. In fact, I've heard that specifically Bosia is the superior option for leveling. Lapis says, rated content is so intimidating that so many people to see me mess something up because I'm new, and I don't know why I feel that way, because the few that I've done, the other people have been so nice. Genuinely, Lapis, I've done alliance raids where we've discovered that there have been players that were basically doing, like, less than auto attack, like basically less than just pressing their basic attack every 3 seconds. And no one noticed. No one commented on it. The only time where people might actually get annoyed or comment on it is if it means that something that needs to happen isn't happening. Like, if you're attacking something that you explicitly should not be attacking, then people will notice. If you're not doing something that should be done and must be done, then people will start noticing. But often, because there's so many people, they're not expecting you to do it necessarily. They're expecting someone to do it, and it could be you. And the fact that you're actually concerned about actually playing well means that you might feel more targeted by such a demand, because you feel like it's your responsibility to do these things when people say that it should be done. So I don't think you need to worry. Well, fair enough, Valus. If you're really confident that it works, then I'll trust you on that. That'll be very helpful one day when we actually can scrounge together 24 people at once. Hey, Shakespeare. Hope you're doing well. And I'm guessing, Ultra, that you mean the mechanic with where we have to stand on the platform. It's certainly not fun. Simply because you can get forced to, like essentially half of every alliance, like under optimal circumstances, half of the raid, half of the entire alliance raid is doing nothing. Oh, my game crashed. That's annoying. I think I'm dead. Game crashing on Ravana seems to happen rather often. I don't know. I have no idea. Hey, go. Hope you're doing well. Run. Did you already pull the boss? Did I miss the scheduled crash of the day? I don't know if it's more common when we're playing on Ravana, Orion. What I can say is that we had a crash when we did Eurovision earlier this week. After an entire stream of no crashes, we crashed specifically on Menfina. So I don't know if there's a connection there. It's not a real Phlegathon run if you don't die at least once to greed. Well, let's see. He's really, really taking his time with that flare. Isn't that supposed to happen at 50%? Yako, we are on Materia. On Ravana specifically. I think we can make it with greed. We can make it if we... Wait. Did he forget? Did he forget to use flare? He's just like, ah, it's fine. They'll just dodge anyway. Yeah, Lapis, that's the thing, is that with these alliance raids, they're so old at this point that everyone expects you to know what to do. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure the platform activates just fine. if like, I think it's 6 or 7 people stand on it. You don't need all 8. So ultimately the rescue saves you from dying, and it's actually pretty normal for a few players to die to that mechanic due to the greed of just going for it. Yeah, I don't know, Orion, about the crashing. I actually don't know. It's hard to say, actually. I don't feel like I'm crashing more often than not, but maybe it's because I don't know, I feel like I have this like regularly scheduled crash more often when I'm streaming than when I'm not streaming. So if I'm like, how much have I been in Final Fantasy XIV this week? And then, well, I haven't crashed when off stream, and then when I'm streaming, I have 1 crash per stream. Five. Okay. Well, that still means that 3 sprouts in each alliance could completely misunderstand this mechanic and things would still be fine. Yeah, I'm leveling. The plan is leveling Bart to 90 right now. That is the plan. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we actually managed to do Alliance Raid Roulette on Ravana for once. It was really nice. So you need everyone to be in the same zone for it to work. Aha. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I meant to do this. To 90 right now. No, we're working on it. Like, basically, once the leaders need to be in the same zone. That is still really weird. Yeah, now that we've actually done the turbo difficult one, I guess since we're already like a whole bunch of people here, I'll disband my group so we can like regroup in a way. But if you would like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. You just come on over and I'll invite people. And I'll how many are we? I'm not trying to prioritize anyone in particular. It's more so that I also know that there's a bunch of people here that I never see on EU. That I also want to give a chance to come along when we are on OCE. But I want to bring everyone. Wait, oh, we're 8 here now. Perfect. That makes things easy. Do we? Oh, we're making 2 groups. Wait. Oh, even that's amazing. I think. I don't know. Is that group 2? Right. Let me just take this one while I remember. I need to fix my portrait, it seems. Well, I mean, it's the highest level one we could have gotten, right? Calls us 220 MS Dragoon. Good luck. I'm working with 300 baht. Oof. My best suggestion is don't try to aim for perfection. Just try and hope and pray, and then hopefully it's good enough. Waiting. Ow. How about some more waiting? Wait, dragon killers. But this isn't a dragon. It's about fun, of course. I'd say I would say all of the jobs are fun. It's mostly what you like to play that matters. Philippe says I need to put a sneak macro on all my gatherers. Why? Why would you want a sneak macro? I'm genuinely asking, why would you need that? At some level, gatherers gain, like I'm pretty sure it's a pretty low level, gatherers gain a passive trait that automatically activates sneak whenever you are in a zone where it might be needed. You just need to toggle it. It used to be a thing that you had to activate it all the time. They have a trait for it now. So you really, really shouldn't need to. And also, how would a macro help? Like, you can't make a... Oh, I think I just got saved by latency for once. You cannot make a macro that autocasts something. You have to click it yourself. So you would still have to click it. Try and go into your traits, Philippe. Try and check your traits. There should be a one that mentions sneak as a gatherer. Activate sneak after equipping the gear set. I have to ask, Philippe, when you're saying it's not working for you, is it because it's not activating while you're in a city? Ow. You don't have the... What level is the trait? $27. That is a really, really weird level to unlock that. Well, I wonder how they came to that conclusion, because I'm pretty sure they added this feature where Sneak auto-activates either in Shadowbringers or Endwalker. So I'm just thinking about the designer that was like, yeah, 27 is the level where people are fed up with this. That's exactly the level where they're done. But yeah, the reason why I asked if you're trying to do it in a city is because if you switch to a gatherer while in a city, it will not activate sneak for you. However, when you leave the city, it will activate sneak for you completely automatically. But I can see how it would be mildly annoying. I think the reason why the trait was added so much later is I'm pretty sure sneak used to reduce your movement speed. Like by a bit. Right, what did group 2 get? Just that late. You know, that's fair enough. I hope you're not a tank main. Smash cut to every single time you queue for roulette as tank and you get synced down and you don't press your tank stance because you assumed it was on. You entered with it on. Right. Well, wait, what spell did I not have? Because I got specifically level 50. No spell. There's no unlock at 58. In that case, I'll wait with the job quest until we're level 60. This is way smarter. How random. What did Bart use to get at level 58? I think the funniest incident of me making the oh right tank stance mistake that I've made is if you watch my I think it's 10 insane wall-to-wall pulls. I think I bring attention to it, like I actually point it out in the video itself in some way. But in the Sastasha Giga pull, from the start of the dungeon to the first boss, a lot of the mobs are just completely chaos, just running rampant, because someone forgot to turn on their tank stance and remembered, like at the end, when the rest of the group frantically was trying to summon the boss but couldn't because the mobs were all over the place. Very smart. That ranks second among silly things that happened in the recording of that video. I believe the silliest one was the Stone Vigil Giga pull from the start of the dungeon to the boss room and pulling the boss. We did the whole pull. It didn't go super well, but we did it. And then I turned to stop recording and realized that I wasn't recording. So I had to tell my team, can we do that again? I believe Gazel was in the group. Now that's like top ranked in terms of like dumb things that I've done while tanking. You got Ramu. That's not bad. And it somehow took you just about as long as it took us to do Bismarck. Meanwhile, we just kind of sat there. Exactly, Bob. I realized that, oh right. Like, I was actually confused as to how I couldn't hold aggro on all these mobs. It shouldn't be that hard. And then, when we reached the boss, I was like, oh, my tank stance! Right! That would probably have helped. Anyway, that means that we have to do some 4-man content now. I'll disband the group. If you would like, we can have like 4 leveling roulettes running at once. If you'd like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. Was it last week? No, wait, last week we couldn't get a tank. Can we still not get a tank? We can get a tank. Bismarck really is a glorified yeah. It's really a drag. Especially like on extreme, it's even worse if you're like doing it unsynced. Shaq says first time outside of duty support, but here goes. If you've tanked before, it's probably going to be fine. It's probably going to be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Still didn't fix my portrait. Remember the tank stands? Yohin says, I'm confused as to what insta-killed me near the end. Oh, I know! While the thunder's happening, one of the mechanics that can happen is that it does invisible spread markers on everyone. And lightning struck and you died. Like, there's a few options as to what he decides to do to you, and one of them, I believe, is invisible spread markers, essentially. Oh, I see. I didn't see. Da, 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 da. That's actually the reason why I was spreading a bit away from people when there was like a huge bunch. It's because it's the surefire way to get yourself killed, to just stand on top of someone else for that mechanic, or in that time frame. But the thing is, you can't just like hang out on the edge either, because one of the options, I believe, also includes a knockback. Like, it isn't like a massive knockback, but it's a knockback, which means that if you like get away from everyone else by standing all the way to the edge, oh boy, then you will die from fall damage, and that's even more embarrassing. I'll pay a little bit more attention to this now. I wonder if Shaq is experienced in using defensive cooldowns. I didn't see, like, what I'm saying is I didn't actually see whether the reason there was no defensive cooldowns was because they ran out, which would be completely understandable. Bangladesh says I've been tanking for 10 years across different games, and I'm anxious about tanking every time. Oh. I've been tanking in different games since, like, as like a main almost, consistently since Wrath of the Lich King in World of Warcraft. Here's a fun fact about this boss. The Hornets, if you let Raskovnik here eat the Hornets, it will get a damage buff for a bit. It will eventually lose them, and the damage gain it gets from the Hornets is relatively small, so there's basically no point in actually dealing with them. Isn't that weird? You might be wondering, how do you know that? Solo the dungeon. I'm guessing you mean Circle of Scorn, Oscar. Yeah, that makes sense. If I'm doing a really big pull as a warrior, I will usually make use of orogeny to make sure I have aggro before I move on. Well, that looked right on the defensive cooldowns. I should say I'm not like watching closely because I'm like, oh, you're making a mistake, let's all highlight it. It's like I've done previously, I'm mostly just trying to see if someone is making like some core mistake so that they can get help if they need it. We're not here to point and laugh at each other. At best, we're here to point and laugh with each other. That's also true, Oscar, that the packs get nicer after the first two. But if you don't use your cooldowns, then your healer has to work harder for no reason. So I think it's a good... any duty is a good place to gauge good tanking habits, Oscar. Basically, good tanking habits is that you're doing it right every time, even when you don't have to. It's actually more likely that it would be a bad time to check your tanking habits in a duty with a Gigapole in it, like Mount Gulk, because specifically in Mount Gulk, you would want to basically face plant on every single defensive cooldown you have for the Gigapole at the start and the Gigapole at the end, which means that you have to play in an unusual way, which would make it very difficult to gauge your habits, because like the best you can do in that duty is actually not the correct thing, like the normally correct thing. But understanding that is also a skill, like understanding when you should and shouldn't do these kind of things. Which is why, like, if you're in a duty and the pulls are rather tame just because of the way the duty is structured, that's still a perfectly valid time to, like, practice your habits, like how you normally do things, because even if you're taking relatively little damage because it's an easy duty, you could take even less damage. Like, if I've had duties, like when I've been soloing, where I've noticed that, oh, this actually hurts a lot more than I thought it did, because now that there's no healer doing any healing for me whatsoever, suddenly I noticed that, oh, as a tank, I actually need to, like, ration out my defensive cooldowns, or I will actually die, because the boss can just gradually overwhelm me over a long period of time. But that's never a problem when I'm in a... when I'm in a light party, either because the boss dies before it becomes a problem, or, you know, if I actually drop low enough that I need a pick-me-up of some sort, I just get it. But it's a lot easier to notice these things when you actually don't have a healer. The thing about how much to pull is also a really, really interesting question. Because I've talked about this like many times now, but it's something that can be talked about as many times as it needs to be. Some players like to do this thing where when they are tanking, when they queue in, then when they enter duty, they ask the healer if it is okay to pull big. This is fine. Like, on paper, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The reason why I don't do that normally is because if you ask the Sprout, or whatever healer it is, if it is okay to pull Giga, like mega big, and they say yes, whose fault is it if you wipe because they couldn't take it? They said yes, right? They said yes to you pulling big. They said yes, I can take it, and then they couldn't take it. So is it their fault now? Are you going to be mad at them because they couldn't take it? So some healers might be more likely to just flat out say no, because, like, even if they could take it, because they don't want to get blamed on the off chance that they can't take it. For that reason, the way that I do it, under most circumstances, is that I will, like, it depends on the duty, right? If I get a Sprout in, like, Mount Gulg that has never been there before, I might be like, oh yeah, there's an enormous pull here at the start. Would you like to try it? We might not be able to live it, like, for the fun of it, right? I might ask. But under most circumstances, I will just go for it. Because if it doesn't work, I will just, like, if we wipe, I will just say, oh, sorry, I should probably had not pulled that much. I'll pull a little bit less now. That's my bad. And now the healer isn't to blame. And the thing that I've noticed whenever I've done this is that most of the time, my experience has been that the healer has been like, no, run that back. Let's go again. I wasn't ready. Now I'm ready. Let's try that again. I just realized... Oh, never mind. For a second, I was like, why don't I have Iron Jaws? But I'm not level 56. But that's how I normally do things. Is that I just go for it and then I apologize if it doesn't work. Because if I just say sorry when it doesn't work, then whoever, like, it might hurt is no longer to blame. My buffs? Oh, Ymir, I was, I think I'm going to get hit by this. I was trying to make sure that my songs didn't get broken apart. That's why I wasn't using them. Because I was trying to make sure they stuck with Wondrous Minuet while simultaneously also not using Wondrous Minuet too early. But that's my thought process. That I'd usually just go for it. And then then we apologize after. Specifically because then the healer isn't at risk of feeling like it's their fault if you wipe. Because you said, like, you asked the healer and the healer said yes, right? And there's also another thing to this. There's another side to this. And that is, you, I hope, are a really nice person. And if you ask the healer, can I pull big? And they say yes. And then you wipe. You specifically behind, I don't know, your phone, your PC, your laptop, your TV, I don't know, you're nice. So you just go, it happens, and pull again, and you maybe pull a little bit less, right? But not everyone is like this. Some people, some players will just do the Giga pull and then get mad at the healer because they couldn't take it. Some will ask and then, as I explained, will get mad because you said you could take it. What I mean by this is that you might be doing this potential healer Sprout a disservice by not going, well, I'm a nice person. I can take it if the healer fails. It's okay if they fail with me. So I will just go for it. And if we wipe, then we wipe. And then we go again. I can take it. Instead of specifically going slow to give them a nice time, you specifically go, well, I am in the position of letting them learn. I have the space to let them learn. So I will. I'm not saying you have to do that, but that's part of the reason why I just go for it. Because it's better that they learn the hard things with a nice person rather than them learning it from a mean person. I learned this from like if I went to a restaurant, right, or like somewhere to eat, and they forgot something, like a minor thing that I don't really mind, I would just let it slide. Like, I'll just be like, it's fine. Like, I've even been in a situation where I've been there enough times and I'm like, that's a new person. That mistake will probably blow over in time. I'll just leave it. It's fine. And I spoke with my mom about this, and she said, well, the next time they forget this thing, it might not be a nice customer who gets forgotten. They might not be as nice about it. So it might have been better if you had said something so that they had learned from the nice person instead of the mean person. And I know that's really weird, because that means that puts you as a nice person in a position where you have to be a little rough sometimes, but it might be better for a person to learn that way. So hey Chandler, hope you're doing well. And Jeff, don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. That's a good one. Also Matthew. And that's also true, Phalus. It's a lot more likely that people will be like this if they have never played a healer themselves. They just assume that things work. There's also the possibility sometimes that it's a person who actually mains healer, who has mained healer for so long that they can't possibly imagine that someone could possibly be bad at this, right? You've probably met them. The kind of players that are like, how could anyone possibly be bad at this game? And that makes no sense, because, like, the thing is that because of the age of Final Fantasy XIV and because of the varying skill levels of a game like Final Fantasy XIV, in some capacity, when people are like, how can you be this bad at the game? Girl, you should just do X and Y. It's obvious. It's like, yeah, but, I mean, we all have to have played a game for the first time, right? You had to learn how to do that iframe dodge in a Souls-like yourself, too. You had to learn, I mean, maybe you never played a Souls-like. You had to learn how to dodge an attack in a Monster Hunter game, if you played a Monster Hunter game. So on and so forth. There's, like, it's just that because Final Fantasy XIV is so old, and also because it's based on something that some other MMOs do as well, you can often grab that experience and just translate it into Final Fantasy XIV, which means that some players actually were never bad at the game. And yes, exactly, Soulization. That's the thing, and that's also something that I've mentioned a bunch of times in my Mentor Roulette videos, is that the way I normally go about it, if I'm giving advice, is that I start by saying, can I give you a tip or can I give you some advice? If they say yes, then you go for it. If they don't answer, or they say no, then you saved time because they didn't want to hear it. Now you instead have to accept the fact that you have to deal with this person who's bad. Like they're just there. Matthew says also regarding bards, so you think Dawntrail will make having 2+ bards in the same party less miserable? The problem there, and we'll get back to roulettes after this thought process here, but the problem with that is that the concern of having multiple of the same job that has a buff, the concern of making that less miserable is the invert problem here is that if you made it so that all raid buffs stacked and in infinite quantity, would it be better to bring 2 astrologians? For example. What if you brought 3 dancers and 1 samurai to create the biggest Oginamikiri in existence? Why 3, you ask? Well, Devilment, and 3 standard finishes, and 3 technical finishes. And the thing is, this kind of stacking is intentionally not working. As it says, multiple bards is not miserable if they were using their songs in sync. What do you mean? You'd want to stack, like as it is right now, you'd want to stagger Battle Voice and Radiant Finale even. Yeah, create the biggest Yoshuranuya, indeed. But it feels awkward to do these things. Just like if you have multiple dancers, optimally they don't want to overlap technical finish, and that's also really janky. You would lose 1% from losing a party bonus, that's true. But... or would you? Maybe if your tank, if your samurai does enough damage, you only need 1 healer. An astrologian, of course. But that's the thing. One of the things that reigns in raid buff stacking is specifically the simple fact that raid buff stacking is limited to, well, only 1 per job, right? Only one of each job. With 1 exception, which we discovered just the other day. Apparently, it seems to be the case that Dragonsight's left eye stacks with itself. Isn't that weird? Additionally, Dragonsight is the one targeted buff that does not work on your pet. Isn't that weird? Do cards from 2 astrologians stack? Nope. Even if it's 2 different cards, they will just override each other. The key reason why that was even something that we noticed, because I actually noticed this interaction briefly like weeks ago, was that we were testing something else and then randomly 2 people put like Dragonsight on the same person, and I think the thing we were there to test was something like, what happens when 2 dancers actually partner the same person and they use standard finish? How do the buffs look? Like, what buffs do you actually get? And the answer to that, for those that are curious, is you get 1 damage buff and 2 esprit buffs. 1 for each dancer. And then randomly we had like 2 Dragoons use Dragon Sight on the same person, and they got 2 left eyes. Like actually 2 left eye buffs that increase your damage. Derby says, if a Dragoon gave Dragon Sight to another Dragoon and then vice versa, do they get both buffs or would it not work? Do we have any Dragoons in the party right now that has access to Dragon Sight? Dragon Sight, mi uno. That's the weird face. That's the normal face. So yes. Right eye and left eye stacks with each other. But the weird thing is that left eye stacks with left eye, as in 7 Dragoons, left eye, well, Dragon Sight the Samurai. And it would actually lead to the Samurai hitting harder and harder and harder for each Dragon Sight. The key here, why it doesn't really matter, is why would you do that? Why would you bring 7 Dragoons? Cooldowns. A Syrup de Capsuli. Hope you're doing well. Go 3 eye stack, yes. Thank you for joining me, Nini. Yeah, any number of left eyes should work. How about 8? You wouldn't be able to have 8. I guess you already realized that. The reason why the cap is 7 is because the 8th person would be the recipient. Ham says, now the big question is, did it already do that back when the dragon-sided players had to face each other? And if yes, what happened to the left eye? What do you mean with face each other? Nah, Ham, that would have been absurd. Hilarious, but absurd. Back in the day, Dragon Sight had, I believe, a 10 or 12 yalm range. And, you know, like how Paladin's cover requires you to stay within a certain range to be functional? You had to stay within that range of the Dragoon to actually benefit from the buff. And when you were actually in range, a very imposing, thick, red tether sprung from the Dragoon over to you, which often caused people to think it was a boss mechanic and immediately ran away. This actually led to a lot of Dragoons that just got used to tethering the tank. Because if the tank runs away, well, the boss runs with them, so the Dragoon could just stay in melee range. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is that Dragoon doesn't have, like, enough oomph in terms of, like, value they can provide. Alright, Emir, see you later. That they can provide so that it would make sense to do Dragoon stacking for this gimmick. And it wouldn't surprise me if it is an accident that there is this interaction. It could be a bug. It could be a bug. Because no one cares, pretty much, right? Although I do think it's really funny, because I had this story for years where I think we were... I can't remember the context, but we were spamming Sephiroth Extreme in my free company. And I was going as Samurai or Machinist, like alternating or something. And at some point, we had a tank and then we had like a healer. And then every person gradually switched to Dragoon specifically to give me Dragon Sight. And all this time, I thought, in retrospect, that wouldn't have worked because Dragon Sight wouldn't stack. But it did. Which is hilarious in retrospect. How do multiple covers work? Yeah, we looked into this in the Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters series. If two paladins cover the same person, then the most recently applied cover just deletes the other one. So if Paladin A covers person B, then Paladin C covers person B, then Paladin A's cover breaks. If you have a chain of paladins covering each other, then redirected damage can only get redirected once, which means that if you have player A, B, and C, B covers A and C covers B, then damage A takes goes to B, and damage B takes directly, as in not damage from A, only damage B genuinely takes goes to C. And this also applies in the exact same way with Blue Mage's Avail, which is an inverse cover. Oh yeah, there's also the ranged Doton cast, where you use Doton while you Shukuchi into a wall or something, if I remember correctly. Right. Let's see... Perfect. And portrait? Excellent. They called it the baby leash. That's pretty funny. Right. Let's do 5, 6, 7, 8 next. Let me just do this. If you'd like to join me for 5, 6, 7, 8 roulette, come on over to me. Well, it'll be 5 roulette, because 6, 7, 8 is off the table. Let's see. Finding my list. We have a lot of people. We have so many people. I wish I could make, like, I wish I could do 5, 6, 7, 8 roulette with like 8 players. That would make it way easier for me. Slightly easier. We like when we are on OCE, we have so many people that I shouldn't just be doing roulettes. Maybe that's the real sign that Smol Kai, when we get to the level range where we can go to Bozja, we should just bring everyone to Bozja. Then I think I have the strat. The reason that we go to Bozja is that we can't do the roulettes with everyone. Doesn't that sound like a great idea, everyone? Say yes. Tank ended up walking the whole pack over to where I ended up. That's really funny. And we have Snowcloak. Again. And we also used to have more 8-man content, and then we lost it. I would have to unlock Bozja on Smol Kai. Don't even have that. We used to have 45-minute Praetorium. I'm imagining that that meme with like the guy like holding out their hands wanting something, and then there's like this creepy creature behind them like giving them a hug from behind, where the guy smiling is like, we used to have 8-man MSQ roulette, and then there's Gazel behind with Praetorium. We used to have 45-minute Praetorium. Only a second Shadowbringer relic, Matoro. Only number 2. Oh man. Part of the reason why I barely do anything in Bozja these days on my main is that I have all of the relics completely maxed out. I agree, Gazel. In a way, all the jank of old MSQ roulette led to a lot of fancy tricks. Like, you could tell when your group had people that actually knew what they were doing and weren't just, you know, blindly running forward. Because things happened faster. Even though it felt like it was just you were stuck there for 45 minutes, you could save time even without without skipping cutscenes. You could save time by people knowing what to do. And also Sid, yes. I remember having runs in Castrum where we ran like where someone was like, oh yeah, you can skip this pack. Turned out you shouldn't skip that pack, because then we reached the destination where you need Sid to come over and do a thing. I think we sat there for like 2 minutes, and people were like, where's Sid? And then someone ran back and was like, oh, he's waiting for us behind that pack we skipped. Like, big brain time, right? Super mega galaxy brain time. Which is part of the reason why whenever I meet people that are like, oh, you can skip this, turns out more often than not that if the gold standard that you meet in every single time you've done the duty has been everyone kills everything, it's because you can't skip it. A particular example I saw was in the Burn. One of the big packs in the big wide open space before the final boss, there is one of the packs that is actually skippable, as in you can sneak past it, but the way forward to the boss room doesn't appear until you've killed the pack anyway, so you can't, like, you can skip it as in you can sneak past it, but you can't skip it because it's mandatory. What server are you on, Phaelus? Or I suppose the more apt question is, which data center are you on? Because that's usually the bigger factor in this kind of content. Raiden on light. Do you queue for Delubrum Reginae at weird times? You know what the weirdest... Oh yeah, the Sunken Temple of Khan Heart. Yeah. The little pack right before the zone transition, where they drop an orb that you need for the door later down the line. So if you skip them, you have to awkwardly run back. And you know, the weirdest part is that it actually makes pretty good sense for players to expect it to be okay to skip a pack like that, especially in a duty like Sunken Temple of Khan Hard, because on Sunken Temple of Khan Normal, you can skip the first pack in the duty. And that part of the duty where there's two phases like running at you, you can skip those too. Just run. You just run past them and they'll reset. So it makes perfect sense for someone to assume that it might be okay to skip packs. I agree, Ardell. In regards to the loop room, it's been a while. I haven't made use of this feature myself, but I've been told that if you queue for the loop room Regine normal for 10 minutes, it just pops with however many happens to be in the queue. And it scales to the number of players, so it's fine, even if you're like 4. It does. Excellent. Now, the thing is, Phalus here says, I haven't done it. Which means we can probably assume that if Phalus went in, queued for 10 minutes, and got inside, and they're like, the only person there, then they're probably not going to succeed. Right? They're probably not going to beat it. Thank you, Silverman. And if you're alone, it can be exceptionally hard to actually learn these mechanics, because I do feel like the loop room has some mechanics that are a little hard to follow. And you also know medals, you might not have the good essences and the good lost actions and stuff, and you might not know what the good ones are. And then again, you could say, well, you could just look it up. Yes. But that's still really like a huge step up. Like basically, if you had like if a full alliance raid actually got put together when you queued, then you would have enough people that you could get away with your mistakes and it would be okay. But because there's basically no one queuing, you're forced to either know beforehand or learn beforehand. Like, you're essentially getting forced to do a... it's not an extreme in difficulty. It's significantly below extreme in difficulty, in my opinion. But you're getting forced to do a really hard duty, potentially alone, with no one to learn from. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, it does not surprise me that someone can solo it. I think we've actually had a discussion about this previously. That what do you need to do to be able to solo the loop room? Because I think there's a DPS check with the chess pieces. But obviously it'll scale you so that you can beat it, so you don't need to worry about that. If you can meet that DPS, like if you know what to do to meet that DPS check, then the only other thing that is actually likely to be a problem at all is the final boss. Because the final boss can apply Doom to you with its Tank Buster. But you can just bring items to remove that. Like there's a lost item, item you can just bring in your bag from the Bosha stuff that removed, basically it's Ishuna on a stick. And you can just fill your bag with them and you'll have enough to remove Doom as many times as you need. And then you can essentially do like any job that you can do enough damage to meet the DPS check with, can solo it. Now there's a completely different question in, well, what jobs are good at soloing it? And I have no idea about that. But there are some jobs that get some really, really dumb options through the lost actions. Like healers getting Seraph Strike, which gives them a massive damage boost, which accompanied with the essence that gives them a massive damage boost can actually make a white mage do more DPS than a DPS. Which is just hilarious. I heard some people suggest that with the correct setup, a white mage can do over 10 million damage with a Flatus Misery. Now you might be wondering how I heard that, and the way that I heard that is that on my biggest hit video, if you think, and if you're about to, if you watch that one and you're like, well, I'm pretty sure no one's mentioned Bozja yet. I think Bozja has been mentioned so many times that it's really difficult to miss it if you scroll down through the comments. There's so many people that are like, how about Bozja? And some of them are like, well, if you go to Bozja and do this setup, you can do like something like this damage. Thank you, Aridel. And that's true. The entire premise of the biggest hit when I made it was like, I actually thought about that. Like, well, you could do even more damage if you went to Bozja. If you went into an unsynced duty, you could get like 300% extra damage from Echo if you did so and so. And all of that, I just took it all and just threw it out the window and went, well, how much damage could you do if we don't put a prerequisite to where you do it? And the only prerequisite that ultimately came up was, well, if you're in an alliance raid. But that was already presented with a, well, now we're stretching the boundaries. But that's the story. There's also a lot of people that have gone, how about Limit Break 3? Which does about a little bit over 500,000 damage, I believe. Hey Lance, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. And welcome to the game. Why am I always in the group when you get Snowcloak? I mean, Cyanide, watch this. When we queue for 5, 6, 7, 8, when I'm below level 60, this is what we have to choose between. I just keep forgetting that because on my main, there's way more, but genuinely, there's a 50% chance that we get Snowcloak. I just forgot to mention that. I need to spend some poetics, I think. Yeah, exactly. If you also hate Keeper of the Lake, then well, it's not exactly getting better from here, is it? Was I still collecting level 80 gear? Good thing you don't have Stone Vigil Hard unlocked. Why? Of course, Lance. What is your question? Huh. Oh, we're definitely getting this. And then we go here. Only 2 months and a half before we have to say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 roulette. And yet we still get Snowcloak and Keep Up the Lake all the time. Then says, after I hit max level, what should I do? I have no interest in anything else than Raid, and I know the new expansion is coming out soon, so I'm not sure what I should do. Well, you need to both hit max level and do all of the MSQ. max level itself is actually meaningless in that respect. Just to be sure, you have to do this quest line. You have to do whatever it says up here. That's important. You have to do that until it says to be continued or something like that. You have to. Because that's how you unlock things like raids. Now, if you have done that, it's technically like if you just want to raid, then, I mean, just raid. Depending on what do you know what data center you're on? Because it might be easier to find raid groups if you are on the correct data center when you do that. You can visit I have a video on that. I have a short demonstrating how you visit other data centers. But depending on where you are in the world, you may have to switch data center to find the groups. For example, if your main is on Chaos, which is an EU data center, you will not find very many groups to do hard content on Chaos because they're all on Light. So you just have to go over to Light. On NA, I believe the same situation is true, where like the raid groups congregate on Ether. Yeah, some people still raid now. Some people do. There might be less groups, but there's still plenty of groups. That's true, Oscar. You also don't need to have fully completed the MSQ to access the newest raid. It's more that it's a disservice to say, oh, you could just stop at patch when you reach patch 6.4 specifically, because then when Dawn Trail comes out, lands will be behind. So that's why I'm saying do your MSQ. If you have time, do your MSQ. Just do it. But technically, you don't actually have to do all of it to access raiding. But yeah, people are raiding. There's plenty of stuff you can do. Minini says I'm trying to make my own raid group on Chaos. Well, the thing is, and I actually have a video where I mention this that is coming out in the future, and a little bit later. But the perspective to this is, Minini, is right now is not a super great time to put together a static, like your own raid group. We typically call them a static in Final Fantasy XIV. However, when is the best time, really? When's the best time? Because there's always an argument as to why a specific time is not a good time. Right now, it's not super great because we're in like a really, really down period of the game where we're waiting for the next expansion. When Dawn Trail comes out is not the best time either, because there's typically a massive influx of people coming into the game that might not actually be as interested in raiding as they think they are. Usually what happens if you like scrounge together a raid team right at the start of an expansion is that your group is going to consist of players that came back to the game. They might even like have signed up to your raid group like a week in advance or something. They play through some of the MSQ, maybe all of the MSQ, and that's when they realize why they quit in the first place. And now you're 7, 6, 5, 4 players after all. Or they might savage raid with you, but they're not that dedicated, so like they slowly dwindle out. This can happen with at any time of expansion, but it's just in my experience, this is more common with people that come back to the game for the expansion. Because they are a lot more hyped up about it than, like, they think they might be more hyped up about it than they really are. So once they've gotten into the game, they might remember why they don't actually like it that much. That's true, Ross. One of them is new. I will have a video in the future. That is true. Thank you. But yeah, right now is not the best time to put together a static, but in 2 months, well, in 1 month is even worse. In 2 months is even worse, and in 2 months and a few weeks might be slightly better, but it could also be even worse. So when's the right time to make a static? It's the same as with so many other things. You might have heard people that say if you want to stream, do it today, not yesterday. Don't wait until it's the perfect time, because it's never the perfect time. You can, like, I'm not exactly the most impressive streamer in the world, not by a long shot, but I want to stream. I want to make videos, so I started, and then I got better at it. Same way, if you want to make your own static, go for it. This might not be the best time, but if you start now, eventually you'll be recruiting at the right time. And you might have collected some gems on the way. So you might have like 5 really good players by the time it is a good time. And those 5 players you've like collected out of the rough, right? You found it. You found the good players out of all the bad ones. The ones that stay. But you have to start somewhere, is essentially what I'm getting at. So go for it. With that said, do we have any takers for MSQ Roulette? If you want to join me for MSQ Roulette, come on over to me. Cole, are you doing that Shiva thing you mentioned in the chat, or are you also interested in doing MSQ Roulette? Mirza says, can I know what server you're on? It says in the top right. Right now, we're on Ravana Materia. Normally, we are on... Like, normally... we have... like, normally I'm on EU data centers. When would you say Bard gets less painful? I would say that Bard gets less painful at level 52 when you have 3 songs, so you don't have like an awkward downtime. By the way, if there's anyone else that also wants to do MSQ Roulette, it looks like Rust, that is Lesser Operarius, he is making a group 2. And if there's any takers, we have a group 2. Then it only gets more painful. Well, I mean, if you don't like it, then it's not going to get any better. What are we getting? How did you do that, Catch? The ultimate weapon will almost certainly be housed in the depths of the complex. Camera pans to Smol guy with sunglasses looking ready to go on beach holiday. The what? Got on the wrong airship. This doesn't look like Costa del Sol. Group 2 got Praetorium as well. Alright, now it's a race, although we got an advantage. The Legion says War of Light tries to go on vacation, gets chucked into something they didn't sign up for. Is this foreshadowing? Yeah, probably. This is like the this is probably the like the demonstration of how MSQ is gonna be very soon. Take a bite! Two 4-man groups in Praetorium. Oh yeah. If we just like overlay the two groups, we just have like guys being like, how are you this many people? I thought we made like a new rule about this. What's happening? I'm just saying, if Cole had died through that attack... Hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. Have you seen the benchmark video yet? We have seen Reaper's attacks. We've seen Reaper do an attack that... I mean, we haven't seen what leads up to it, but I mean, based on what it looks like, it could be a follow-up to Communio. However, it doesn't look like Red Mage got something that is a follow-up to their melee combo, at least not yet. It's, for those that haven't seen it, I am serious. It looks like the Reaper does an animation that is somewhat similar. It could be similar to Gluttony. It could also be similar to Communio. And then, like, red crystal spikes pop out of the ground, which is kinda similar to how when you cast Communio, you throw the orb and it goes, and then it, like, almost looks like spikes coming out of the ground. And Gluttony also like makes like that pillar of death that just comes out of the ground. So it could be something related to Gluttony. It could also be something related to Communio. But for those that have not seen the benchmark trailer, it doesn't really have much story to it. It's like, it looks very flashy, looks very nice, but there isn't really any story to it all. It just looks like battles out in the world, and maybe there's a little bit of combat that could allude to something you might have seen in the actual trailer, but it should be mostly safe. So watch this if you're really curious, even if you haven't beaten Endwalker or anything. The interesting that it does, like exactly, Derby, what it's meant to do is it's meant to show what the game looks like, and once it comes out for realsies, like the benchmark, it means that you can run that benchmark and see how your PC runs the game, you could say. But every job in the benchmark uses something that is a new action. Every job. Although I will say there's like an asterisk to that, because I'm pretty sure that Ninja used an upgraded Hellfrog medium. I'm pretty sure. Like, that's possibly one of the saddest things you could get. Like, you have Reaper that just summons crystal spikes of the ground, and the Ninja, well, your frog gets a little bit of armor on it. If you want to just get like the rundown of what I saw, I, like, in the spoiler room on the Caemmunity Discord server, I actually put an overall description of what I saw from every job. And that's also true, Girahin. Just because they got Hellfrog medium upgrade doesn't mean that the rest of the things they got was just nothing. Like, I'm pretty sure we've seen 2 things from Dark Knight. Like, actually 2 attacks from Dark Knight, which of course means that they have at least 2 things. But we don't know what they are, and that's like the key thing that I like drive home with these kinds of reveals, is that, I mean, it could be anything. Some people said it looks like Dark Knight gets an upgrade to their 1-2-3 combo. But the step 2 of the existing 1-2-3 combo, if you make it a little flashier, make it go a little faster, add in 1 extra swing, that's carve and spit. So maybe they're just getting an upgrade to carve and spit. Armored Frog 6. Maybe they just get Hellfrog large. Lalafelds get a smaller one. Hellfrog small. Yeah, exactly, Cole. I also saw that, like, the thing that Sage used looked extremely flashy, but Toxicon looks like the actual animation of Toxicon looks like it should do way more damage than it does, in my opinion. Like, at least Toxicon 2 looks way more devastating than it is. Like, it looks mildly, like, it looks like a slightly toned down version of Double Down from a Gunbreaker, in terms of how explosive it looks. And then Toxicon does like 330 potency or something like that. So it sounds extremely possible that they were like, what's a flashy attack we could give Sage? Like, that we could show off on Sage? I don't know. I mean, Toxicon looks pretty rad, doesn't it? Could we use that one? Sure, why not? I would cry if Toxicon was gain on 1. That would suck. Or, well, maybe not. Maybe not. I think it would be interesting if Toxicon was a gain on 1. The reason being that you would want to use all of your adder stings. 100% of your adder stings, you would want to use them because it's a gain on 1. But it's also a mobility option. So if you just throw it... Wait. Nope, it would be a bad idea. I just realized it would be a bad idea because it means that the Sage opener is 3 Toxicons. During raid buffs. We don't want that. We don't want the Toxicon to be a gain on 1. That's a bad idea. Yeah, 3 Toxicons. 3 Toxicons, 2 Flimmers. And then, like, I don't know, doses. Maybe they'll give us a new attack to add to the mix. Yeah, they upgrade Noima to do more, to be a DP, to be a gain on 1 as well, and then we can't have anything nice, can we? Noima openers gain on 1. That is true. It is a very, very small gain on 1. That is true because you can prep Eucrasia and then just pull with Noima and then Eucrasian doses. That is true. Exactly, guys. Like how Lightspeed isn't for movement and how Aetherflow isn't for healing. And lilies are also for damage. That's how it works, right? This is a utility tool. Nope. That's a DPS tool. This is a defensive cooldown. Is it now? It could be a DPS tool. Guys, this is how is Noima gain on 1 in opener. You use Eucrasia before pull. That takes 1 second. Which means when you use Eucrasian doses, the GCD of 1.5 seconds is the only thing you have to pay to apply your dot. By you doing Eucrasia before you pull, then you can use Noima instead of doses, and Noima does the same damage as doses on a single target. So instead of pre-casting doses, Eucrasian doses, you do Eucrasia, then pull timer happens, precast Noima into Eucrasian doses. You save 1 second. It's a DPS gain. It's not a big one, but it's a gain. Alright, Minini, enjoy your time. And welcome back, Brontom. Yeah, exactly, Brontom. And here's an interesting thing, and this is something I think other people haven't considered either. The Red Mage action. The new Red Mage action, which kind of looks like an OGCD. People saw it and went, they used it right after Zwerchao. Or they used it during the melee combo. But the way people actually see this, the way it actually happens, is that as the Viper main character jumps into the fray and does the like double sword slash down, you actually see the Red Mage do the Zwerchao in the background. Then there is a cut. Like there's actually like a cut where the camera changes angle instantly, which means that time could have changed. Like things could have moved, which means that time could have passed, which means that we don't know for sure if the Red Mage is still in the time right after Zwerchao. And I believe what happens now, I saw this earlier today, but what we see is the Paladin does Royal Authority, then does the bam smackdown on the ground. Then the Red Mage does its thing. And the thing that Red Mage actually does before this new action is Embolden. They use Embolden. They do the spin for Embolden and then the new attack. Which doesn't really tell us much. Brontom says it's an animation showcase, which also means you could just cheat. Correct. Absolutely. Which is also what I mentioned in my notes on the Discord community server, is that the Warrior's new action People say it uses the same body animation as Vengeance, with the axe and that. But there's like a new barrier that appears. But the way this new action is used in the footage is that the warrior basically like turbo speed teleport dashes in front of the Viper to block the boss from attacking the Viper because the Viper is in the middle of using Limit Break. And the way I interpreted that is it's perfectly possible that this is actually what this action does. As in, it actually is a new action that allows you to intercept an attack. That's possible. But it's also possible it's movie magic. And they just made it like that because it looks cool. And it would be incredibly funny because I'm just saying, them making a benchmark trailer and making sure every single job has a new action in the benchmark trailer is obviously intentional. So it would be hilarious if they intentionally put in some like fake outs that are not real just to get people talking. But yeah, like, the thing is, the reason why I find it perfectly possible that the warrior action could intercept an attack or something is because Paladin already has that, right? Paladin already has cover. It isn't exactly like that, but warrior could have, like, maybe they give them an action where they redirect the damage of everyone near them or something for a very short time or something. And that's the reason why the warrior specifically went up in front of the Viper to take the hit. Because they have to, like, maybe stand near them to take the hit or something. Like, there's many possibilities. Maybe using Embolden would empower... See, that's also an option that no one considered. Maybe using Embolden would empower Reprise? Now, that would be funny. That would be funny. But yeah, there's a lot of places in the in that benchmark where, like, the camera zips around a lot. You only get, like, a lot of actions. You see exactly the part where the action begins and when it ends. And then the camera's somewhere else. And interestingly, with this particular aspect, and this is something that I've talked about so many times before, without context, we don't know anything. Like, for example, some people said that they saw that the Dark Knight used Bloodspiller before the two new actions that we saw. It's possible that Bloodspiller gives some new effect that changes your 1-2-3 combo, for example. That is one hypothesis. It's possible that the actions that we see happen after Bloodspiller is actually an upgraded version of Carbon Spit, which upgrades a different action or something, which would be equally possible. So, like, that's the problem with making, like, this is basically what I was getting at with my talk about Viper a while back, is that with the information that we have, we can't really do anything. We can just go, that's cool. And I guess what we're really interested in is when they do the job action trailer and actually show us the context on some of these things. That's when it gets really exciting. And that's also true, Cyanide. A lot of them could just be upgraded actions. Like we saw... Black Mage do like a thunder spell, it could just be T5. Like, even bigger thunder, right? Couldn't tell what summoner got. It looked like a thunder orb, which has a lot of people saying maybe we're getting Ramuh. And by the construction of summoner, that would be really weird for the rotation, because that means that, like, where does Ramuh fit in the rotation then, right? And if it was Ruin 5, that would be really disappointing. Any summoner mains at level 90 want to tell me how many times you use Ruin 3 in your rotation? Oh boy, an upgrade to that. Gazel says, even with job action trailers, don't forget what happened to Expedient. True. But the thing is, in the context of the job action trailer, they at least show you enough that you know what it actually is. The thing that happened with Expedient, for those that are curious, is that with the job action trailer for Endwalker, they showed off all of the new actions, basically, every single one, with basically no exceptions. And when they were showing off the healer actions, they were like, White Mage gets this, bam, summon a big flower that heals a lot. Astrologian basically summons space. Sage uses a big laser beam, blam, and then you see like the camera pans to Scholar that's just like running down a bridge, and then like wind appears, and then you're sprinting, and people are just sitting there like. So the 3 other healers get big mega heal and laser beams, and we get sprint. It doesn't sound great, but it should come as no surprise that getting raid-wide bonus sprint is extremely good, because there's no other job that can do that. Video open on second monitor at 0 at minimum speed. Cole says people who hate expedience have never had to do Pantocrator on healer. See, the thing is, Cole, is that I'm pretty sure that Savage Raiders and players like that saw expedience and was like, that's actually pretty cool. But the majority of the player base are more casual focused and looked at it was like, the other healers get these awesome healing spells, or abilities actually, and then Sage got a spell. Well, actually only White Mage got a healing ability, and then Scholar gets sprint. Like, it isn't shocking that people were a little bit let down by that, but it is absolutely not shocking that the only one of those 4 level 90 actions that got nerfed was Expedience. In fact, Liturgy of the Bell got buffed and got quality of life changes and stuff like that to actually make it good. Technically, I believe from the time where they used from the time where they used where they did the job action trailer for Endwalker till the actual release, they actually changed Neuma. Because Neuma originally had, in a leak, it turned out that Neuma was supposed to have the damage reduction that is on Holos. And Holos was just supposed to be a heal. Like, before those changes, Holos was literally Fablessing. Union says, wasn't the Expedience showcase also not even showing that it affected your entire team? I mean, sure, but it was like, I don't believe they had like other people in the showcases for the other healer actions either. But sure, that is true, that it might make it a little harder to tell. And that's also true, Fat Man. That is an option. That maybe they make it so that when you use Phoenix, you actually get a different set of primals. But that would actually be really boring, in my opinion. Because the reason why I said, what does it mean for Summoner if we get Ramuh, is the very important detail that I want to emphasize here is that we don't know if we're getting other primals. We're getting Ramuh and just Ramuh, right? Brontom, I believe the Bard action appears in the second part. In the part after the break, and then they fly to somewhere. Do you think it's awkward for the twins when we summon the Phoenix? I'm sure they don't mind. I'm sure they don't mind. But yeah, the reason why it is somewhat significant if we only get Ramuh, like the reason why I'm specifically emphasizing the fact that all we've seen is that there's a lightning spell from a summoner, which might mean that we get Ramuh. The reason why that matters is because if we only get Ramuh, then it means we have 4 Lego bricks instead of 3. And if it still takes the same amount of time to use each Lego brick, then it means that you don't actually have time to use every summon fully. Which means you actually have to make some choices. It would also mean that Ruin 3 is now completely pointless. As in, completely pointless, because it does nothing. Like, you don't want to use it ever. It could also be Ixion. That's actually a good point. It could be Ixion. But yeah, my point is that if we get 3... Like, the reason why I say that it would be boring if we got 3 new primals... after, like, 3 different primals after Phoenix, is because let me put it like this. What's the difference between summoning Phoenix and summoning Bahamut? It's the other Ramuh. It could also be that the current Lego pieces take less time. That is also a possibility, Gazel. That is also a possibility. But the reason why I say that it would be really boring if we got 3 new primals after Phoenix is the difference between Bahamut and Phoenix is that Bahamut gets Death Flare, which I believe is 600 potency flat, just. Phoenix gets Rekindle, which is a heal. I think it's like over 1,000 potency if you count it all up. It also heals everyone nearby when you use it. And your single target attack, Fountain of Fire, does 100 more potency than Astral Impulse, which, on average, means that you're doing 600 more potency, which is the same as if you had Death Flares, just Death Flares spread over 6 hits. Brand of Purgatory also, relatively speaking, does more damage, which actually means that Phoenix is better on AoE than Bahamut. And that's actually a funny story, is that originally when Endwalker released, Phoenix did not have this extra 100 potency on Fountain of Fire, which actually genuinely meant that when you leveled up and got Phoenix Trance, you lost DPS. You actually lost DPS. Because Phoenix was worse than Bahamut in every way. Except Rekindle and, you know, the Everlasting Flight and that. So they added that extra potency to fix that. Ruin 4 becomes Judgment Bolt. See, that is also a possibility. It is perfectly possible that the new spell that we saw, the lightning thing, is just that they replace Ruin 3 and Ruin 4 with some primal attack. Like some primal you don't have yet. And that's it. Like that's the only thing that they like. That it's just they thought that Ruin 5 was a bit much. Sad that Summon Phoenix isn't locked behind a job quest to avoid the DPS loss. Indeed. And you're absolutely right, Gazel, that if you expect, basically, curb your expectations, right? Of what we have seen now, you can dream yourself away to anything that you could possibly see based on the jobs that you've seen. We have seen Dragoon essentially summon Nidhogg's Claw from the ground. That's probably an action you will get. What it means? We can speculate on what they do. Runtum says, so I'm seeing the red mage and I see Zershao happen, camera change, embolden, then the new ability and then steps 1 and 2 of melee combo. Well, then that means, of course, that because Zershao is step 2 melee combo, so that would mean that it has actually had a significant time skip there. We're looking at camera opener. That's the thing, is that we could think of a lot of things that could be the case. Like, the reason why I've had more to say about, like, the tanks. The reason I've had more to say about the tanks primarily is because the things we've seen tell us a little bit more, maybe. Not for sure. Like, for example, with Paladin, as far as I could see, Paladin used Royal Authority and then the new attack. Some people have said that could be Requiescat has gotten an upgrade. I say yes, but I'm pretty sure that all the good Paladin boys and girls of the world have sent letters to Santiyoshi P asking for an option to spend all the atonement stacks at once. Maybe it's that. Because if it is, then it would have to be Royal Authority into something new. You know, Bronson, what I'm saying is, they do Royal Authority, you know, big spinny swing, and then a little, like a second passes, maybe 2, you know, a GCD, and then they do this, like, whoa, smack into the ground attack. And if that is like a way to spend your atonement stacks all at once, hypothetically, that would have to come after Royal Authority. There's also the possibility that it's not this. It's neither of these things. Like, it's not an AoE upgrade to Requiescat or an AoE alternative to Requiescat. It's not an atonement spend of any sort. But they placed it after Royal Authority because either 1, it looked cool, or 2, they know that the player base have requested this. So they're sure that that'll get the people talking. But if they know that players wanted this, There's a reasonable possibility that they just give it. Goring, that would be a sad discovery. They, like, first they take away the dot from Goring Blade, then they upgrade Goring Blade to be like a big smack that just does AoE damage. And yes, exactly, Brontome. A lot of those attacks could absolutely just be upgrades of attacks that we already have seen. And not only could they just be upgrades of attacks that, like, we already know, some of them, like, we don't know anything. Like, as I said, I suggested that there's a very real possibility that Bard loses its dots in Dawntrail. I have suggested this for a while, because the dots are meaningless in the Bard rotation. Like, it doesn't interact with anything else, it's just you have the 2 dots on Iron Jaws as one of the things Bard has. If you removed those and replaced that void with something else, then Bard wouldn't be missing their dots. Incidentally, the new attack you see Bard use, they jump into the air and shoot like a wind storm at the enemy, you know, like, it could be, oh, I don't know, it's like a biting storm, like a storm bite, if you will. So they could have just gone and made storm bite into a cooldown. All the tank gap closers are going to get potency upgrades and new animations. Oh yeah, that also reminds me, what was it? Cole said... 2 more OGCDs, a 3rd stack to Shadowbringer, and a 3rd stack to Plunge. and enhanced on men too, obviously. Obviously enhanced on men too. It makes Plunge actually reduce its cooldown by 10 seconds every time you use Unmend. You can't have a Dark Knight without an upgrade to Unmend. A meaningless upgrade to Unmend. And correct, Garzel, all healers have meaningless dots. Actually, most jobs in Final Fantasy XIV have meaningless dots, by that logic. Anyway, let me just see here. I think what we will do is I will do the Bard quests that we've accumulated. Let me see. Do we have any gear? Oh, perfect. We'll do the Bard quests. Then we will basically go back to spamming duties, I guess. Although I placed myself in a really awkward spot because I'm level 60 with with very little roulettes left to do. Anyway, before that, I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Right, job quests. There's actually a lot of people. You could run something while I'm doing quests, easily. Look, it's Sanson. Ah, it's you, Caetsu. If you're wondering about Guide a lot, I'm afraid I've not seen him since he stormed out. Oh, so your solution of, oh, he seems mad, I think I offended him. I think I'll just wait until he has calmed down and he'll come back to me. I'm sure that'll work. Didn't work. Is that right, Sanson? Is that right? Your solution of I'll just do nothing didn't work. By the way, hey Traverse and Krakenmo, hope you're doing well. But I have spoken with Master Silviel. As promised, he looked into the Curthan legend, the saint of song in the heavens, and he came to share his findings. Apparently, the heavens is a reference to a voice from the sky. It is most likely some form of natural phenomena, such as thunder and lightning, which means that Guidelot was right. After all, what else could a voice from the sky be? It isn't as though there are people who dwell in the clouds and love to sing besides. What? A tribe of Moogles in the churning mists? Why didn't you say so earlier? It wasn't relevant earlier, Sanson. If these Moogles are patrons of music like their forest-dwelling counterparts, they may well know of the Ballad of Oblivion. Please, you must show me to their village. How about Guidelot? As for Guidelot, it would seem he still requires time alone, but I dare say he will come after us once he hears we are on the right track. Are you serious, Sanson? Are you actually for real, Sanson? Might I trouble you to leave a message with Master Silviel, informing Guidelot of our destination? I shall await you at Annex Shrine. Bruh. I just want to give you a summary that Sanson said something that was really offensive to Guidelot in the last quest. In a cutscene, and then when we came out of the cutscene, our task was talk with Sanson, and Sanson then Sanson in the cutscene was like, "Oh, I think I made him angry," and then cutscene ends, we talk with Sanson, and he's like, I think I'll be here, and then I'm sure Guidelot will calm down, and he'll come back. I'll just do nothing." Essentially, was what he said. Oh no, Guidelot is here. Caetsu. Hi. Ha ha ha. It was but a matter of time before you found him. Lest you wonder, Guidelot has been watching you and Sanson from afar. Several times did he come to ask what I had been discussing with his friend. Moogles at the summit of Smol. I was not aware of this, and I certainly wouldn't discount the possibility that the legend may in fact refer to the creatures. Guidelot, you should settle your differences with Sanson and go to the churning mists with your friends. Being stubborn is a wearisome business, you know. Damn it, I want to, but... Caetsu, you always seem to know what's best. Tell me, what should I do? You could just say nothing, apparently. Hey, Warcraft Traveler, hope you're doing well. Come with us. You reckon I should go as well, eh? I'll think on it. He has the pointed hood in new ability and not pointed hood right after. So you're saying that it's something that seems to end the shroud. Is that right? Such an imposing structure. Were Guidelot here, he would doubtless be inspired to compose a song. Meanwhile, you're inspired to take notes. Hey, Virulent Descent. Hope you're doing well. From here on, I must rely upon you to lead the way. Let us ascend to the churning mists. I rely on you to lead the way. Walks ahead anyway. That's a classic old school Final Fantasy XIV quests. I need you to lead the path. Walks ahead and waits for you there. If you say I've been waiting for you... Not that path. This path. Such a magnificent view. I have no gift for verse. Must commit this scene to memory, that I might convey it all to Guidelot when next we meet. Now then, 'tis only meet that we first present ourselves to the chieftain of Markholm. Let us seek him out. How did you know that they have a chieftain? The amazing song. Oh, there he is. Which means that Sanson looked basically straight at him and just ignored him. Oh man. These two guys need to settle their differences because they clearly have something going on. Hello, Moglin. The Ballad of Oblivion. I've not expected to hear the name from you, Kupo. It's a terrible, terrible song, hence it is forbidden among Mugglekind. Why, just earlier I gave one of our bards a dressing down simply for asking about it. Ah, young Mokta. He was ever the inquisitive one. I hope he understands that I mean well. Lest you wonder, after being scolded, he flew off sulking and headed north of Markholm. That's Mokta, and to the north, Kupo. Caetsu, would you mind meeting up with me outside the village? I have a feeling that Moglin is trying to tell us where to go. Do you think? Do you think, maybe? Is it possible? Despite making much of the songs forbidden... Despite making much of the songs forbidden nature... Despite making much of the song's forbidden nature, it's clear that Chieftain Moglin wanted us to meet the Moogle who shares our interest in it. What his motives are, I cannot say, but I see no harm in seeking out the bard of which he spoke. 12 forbid you have forgotten this, but his name is Mokta, and he should be north of Markholm. Alright, yes, I got it. I heard it the first time. You know, it would be incredibly funny if this was the kind of quest where they just at some point stop telling you where to go, so you just have to figure it out yourself. So like, if you just mashed through the dialogue at some point, the quest is just like, well, you heard what it said, right? We said it like 4 times. More north! Every artist has their own process. Sanson is our note taker, not our note maker. Does he do something artistically inclined with those notes? We must go even further. More north. I feel like we've been here before. They didn't implement that feature until Endwalker. Indeed. It's still funny. It's still funny that we have so many quests that go, you lead the way, only for the NPC to just go. And Cole is making a group for E4S. I cannot seem to find the little creature, and I was so certain that the chieftain had intended for us to seek him out. Also, good point, Traverse, about the Moogles. But we already knew that Sanson could see Moogles. Please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as sweet and succulent as I look. Have no fear, little one. I promise we won't hurt you. Might you be Mokta by any chance? You know my name? Who are you? You seek the Ballad of Oblivion? Why, I do believe we're looking for the same thing, Kupo. Recently I learned about the existence of a potent song. Legend says it resounds through the heavens and destroys all. Curious to know more, I went to ask the chieftain about it, but he told me off. It's beyond a single Moogle to seek, he said. I need friends with me whom I trust, otherwise it'd be far too dangerous. Unfortunately, I have no friends, Kupo. Oh. Though we have only met, we share a common objective. Might we not seek the Ballad of Oblivion together, as friends? You would search with me? Yes. Oh, joy of joys, I have friends! Let's return to Markholm at once and have the chieftain tell us all about the song, Kupo. Ah, yes. Your classic, dungeon party. 2 bards and a dragoon. Actually, 2 bards and a lancer, and then maybe a 3rd bard if we're lucky. When's tea time with Caetsu? Next year's that would be a strange April Fools, wouldn't it? Just random ultimate prog. Would dragons be considered bards with all their singing? Maybe the Ballad of Oblivion is actually something Nidhogg casts. That your hearts beat as one in this endeavor is plain to see. You are fit to look for the Ballad of Oblivion. Is what I would say, except you're still missing a little something. A small but vital piece. I can't quite put a paw on it, but your fellowship is incomplete without it, Kupo. Guidelot. He is our missing piece. I believed that he would come back, but it seems I was wrong. Is this true? You caught sight of Guidelot here in the churning mists? This Guidelot fellow, does he love music, Kupo? Aye, that he does. Like you, he's a bard, and he loves music with all his heart. Then it's settled. Once Guidelot joins us, we'll embark upon our journey. Our band will be all the merrier for his company. If he's nearby, we're bound to find him, so please cheer up, Kupo. Until such time as your fellowship is whole, you may remain here as our guest, Kupo. Also, you learn nothing. T is so free, just play melee and suck on your glue stick while everyone else resolves everything for you. That's what I did. You know, Cole, what that really means is what we all should consider for a moment is that whenever we see someone with a T-specific legend title, we have to assume there's a real possibility that they have no idea how to do the fight. Also, hey Angel, hope you're doing well. In spite of our best efforts, I'm afraid we weren't able to find Guide a lot. You didn't move. You didn't go anywhere. In spite of our best efforts, which was nothing, I'm afraid we weren't able to find Guide a lot right here where we stand. What were your efforts, Sanson? Well, I drew this stickman on my notes. Look, isn't it good? Isn't it amazing? Wow. How long did that take you? I mean, like 30 seconds, but you didn't go anywhere, did you? I didn't claim to have done anything. You did, Sanson. If he had any intention to return, he would have done so by now. It seems plain we cannot depend upon him anymore. But with or without him, we must continue our mission. I was so hoping to meet Guide-a-lot, but I suppose the show must go on. Now, the legend says that the Battle of Oblivion can be found in the skies to the east. Is there another place like the Churning Mists in that direction, Capo? It's called the Sea of Clouds. Truly, then that is where we must go. We will need to make a brief visit to Gridania to secure the use of an airship to bear us there. Pray come to the landing when you arrive in the city. This is just between you and me, but I've actually spoken with Guide-a-lot, Kupo. Unfortunately, he refused to come back, saying that he couldn't bear to face Sanson. I couldn't convince him to join us, but maybe you can, Katsu. Here, take this with you. It's Sanson's journal, the one he's always writing in. I borrowed it. I thought it might help if you were to show it to Guide-a-lot. You'll find him at the summit of Smol, Kupo. The thing I think is incredibly weird, like actually genuinely, just for a sec here. If Sanson had actually made an active attempt to get Guide-a-lot back, then I have a feeling that Guide-a-lot wouldn't have been so stubborn. The particular problem is that Sanson offended Guide-a-lot, and then Sanson just kind of decided, I'll just wait until he's no longer offended. That usually works. And Guide-a-lot is now in a position where he's like, no, you actually have to come to me and apologize. You failed, so you have to fix it for me. I'm not just coming back like a puppy. You have to come to me. I'm not going. And after Sanson has attempted nothing else other than just waiting for Guide-a-lot to come back, he just concludes, well, I couldn't find him. After not trying to find him, I didn't find him. After not trying to apologize, I managed to not apologize. And given that Guide-a-lot hasn't come back, I guess we'll just have to assume that he's gone now, and we can't rely on him. After me doing nothing to fix the situation that I ruined. Exactly, Ham. He tried nothing and is out of options. Like, I think Guide-a-lot is in the right here. Guide-a-lot is in the right. They moved so fast it looked like they didn't move at all. Maybe that is it, Giyu. Maybe that's it. Bah, that Mokta blabbed, didn't he? Sanson's journal, filled cover to cover with writings on song. I just, like, mind-beamed the book over to him. Sanson's journal, is it? It's nigh filled cover to cover with writings on song. Huh. See this, you'd think him a bard. I've done a lot of thinking since we last spoke. Though he's no bard, Sanson's bent on finding the song. Else, he's keener on it than any one of us, and I couldn't understand why, but now I do. Sanson truly believes in song. It's as simple as that, but in the heat of the moment, I accused him of using song as a tool. That was ill done, and I'm ashamed of myself. I can't bear to be in Sansa's company. You're off to the Sea of Clouds. Then I wish you luck. I can't go with you. I don't have the right. I need to be alone right now and take a long, hard look at myself. You'd do best not to expect anything of me. Stand by what I said. I think Sanson is the idiot. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Idol just finds a mirror to stand in front of for an hour. I have to take a long, hard look at myself. Ah, that's better. Now, what were you saying? That's also true, Ham. You're right in that Gaidenot could, you know, make himself easier to find. But the fact that everyone except Sanson has managed to find Gaidelot means that either Gaidelot is actively going out of his way to make him findable by everyone else. But it seems not to be the case. Which makes it a lot the more likely scenario that Sanson has not tried to find him. I'm pleased to say I was able to secure the Order's cooperation. We have permission to take an airship to the Sea of Clouds. Oh, joy of joys. I'm so excited. I can hear music from the general direction of the airship. What? Let's not tarry. The Ballad of Oblivion awaits, Kubo. Travel to the Sea of Clouds? No. And here we are. Mokta senses that an eldritch power rests here, and it fills him with dread. It can only be the Ballad of Oblivion. Though this place is abandoned, such structures as remain are reminiscent of Markholm. If Moogles once lived here, then we are surely on the right track. Let us scour the entire isle. Ah, yes, my favorite weather. Wind. It windy! Also, hey James, hope you're doing well. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. That is Sanson in a nutshell. The Ballad of Oblivion. I sure wonder what the Ballad of Oblivion actually is now. It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. This stone. It calls to me. That's concerning. The Ballad of Oblivion is here. I've never felt so certain of anything in my life. Where have I seen such markings before, Kubo? I remember now. This is a sealing stone, used to seal away baleful beings. You mustn't touch. Hi. The long, cold night is ended, banished by the hand of a fool. Your dreams are mine to see, and your heart is mine to rule. I sing a song of love, and such love I bear for you. With all my heart I give it, and know my heart is true. As I once loved the creatures who upon this land did dwell. But they cast aside my love, so I sent them all to hell. Concerning. Why do you have 4 wings when you use only 2? My head. My very soul is like to split. What is this voice? Is this the Ballad of Oblivion? Resounds through the heavens and destroys all. Oh gods, this is the Ballad of Oblivion? Womp womp. And this fiend used it to lay waste to an entire tribe of Muggles. This isn't a song. This is an outrage, Corpo. All this time, the thing I sought didn't even exist. It was I who released this menace into the world. I will vanquish it, even if it costs me my life. Flee this place, both of you. Buddy, I'm wearing sunglasses. I can't see a thing. Better for me to stand and fight, where I can maybe see the enemy. Who do you think you're trying to impress? Meanwhile, the boss is just standing there waiting. Caetsu and Mokta aren't running anywhere, neither am I. We're in this together, to the bitter end. Yes, the Lancer and 3 Bards group composition. Kaidelot, why are you here? I'm here because you know nothing. Sanson the Stiff. I can't well leave you to your own devices. Prick up your ears, because I'm not going to say this again. It's the fervent desire to aid our comrades that bestows our songs with power. And no songs have more power than those you compose yourself. If there's no Ballad of Oblivion to be had, we'll just have to create it. Huh? Yeah. Yes, you have the right of it. Let ours be the song of triumph over a legendary fiend. Ha! I like the sound of that. Now then, there's 4 of us to battle the siren. This makes the song a quartet, eh? Welcome back, Emir. Maybe the real Ballad of Oblivion was the friends that touched a wacky rock and awakened ancient evils. Oops. Also, hey Darth. Hope you're doing well as well. Sanson Smith. I could have interrupted that. Potentially. Oh, that didn't count. Apparently I wasn't fast enough. The latency is getting to me. My latency. Mine just... Yeah, I thought the dot has already run out, so I just immediately started with Stormbite. You know, guys, you're kind of taking the surprise factor out of this when you move into position that early. I sure wonder where the safe spot is, everyone. All 3 NPCs move precisely out of the attack. Oh well, that's a sad way to use a battle, boys. I do wonder what Legeia here was thinking while we were just talking, and she's just standing there like, I'm still here. Wow, the sealing stone is back to the way it was, Kobo. You were with us aboard the ship? But there's scarcely any room to... never mind that now. Wherever it was you were hiding, you made us all worried sick. Do you know that? If I didn't know before, I certainly do now. I also know how hard you've been working, thanks to this. My journal? Where did you... Give that back this instant. I need to write my report. Balls, you do. We composed our own Ballad of Oblivion. That's all you need to write. Now that I think about it, my superiors will demand more tangible results. Ah, but of course, such abilities that Caemmunity mastered during the journey, they shall serve admirably. Bah, make up your bloody mind. When I return to Markholm, I'm going to tell everyone that we created our very own Ballad of Oblivion, Kobo. Speaking of returning, I'd best get back to being a quiverman, and who knows, I might even try to behave myself from now on, but whatever I might get up to, I know that I won't rest until I surpass both Jantel and Caetsu. I look forward to the day that you do. Remember, my plan can't succeed without you. Kai in the background, like... What? I thought I was going on vacation, but now I'm here. Please send me word when the unit is formed. I'll come and pay everyone a visit, Corporal. You shall be the first to know, my friend. And on that note, let's go home. Yeah! We did the thing. That is really weird. Oops. When the NPCs do that thing where they just basically spoil the boss mechanic for you by moving into position, wouldn't it have been easier or like less annoying or like less spoilery if they had just had the attack via telegraph? Instead, they have the NPCs actually like be like, I'm pretty sure the attack is going to happen right here. And they step, like, exactly out of it. Like, 5 seconds in advance. They even stood in a line. So you could see exactly, like, where the safe area was. Upon returning to Gridania, I must report to both the Order of the Twin Adders and the God's Quiver. While I attend to business, might I trouble you to pay Jantel a visit? He will doubtless desire to hear an account of our journey. Thank you, Caetsu, for everything. I know not when it will be, but I look forward to the day we meet again. Me or Kai? Shop quest time! Wait, quarry mill. I will say, Darth, in regards to the Moogle thing, that Moogles are maybe a bit bland in the story, but I don't really mind them in the story. We could have much worse than a Moogle. A rousing tale of friendship in the face of adversity. I thank you for watching over Sanson and Guidelot. When Sanson's plan begins taking shape, he may count on me to aid him in whatever way I am able. As for you, my friend, displaying that your experiences have raised you higher as a bard, as I had expected they would. I pray that you shall ever be a paragon of our art, enriching the hearts of men with song. Have a random outfit. Imagine if Smol Caetsu can't see without the glasses on and locates the enemy. Can't see with the glasses on and locates the enemies by smelling their fear. That's what she does. She's that threatening. I'll change to this once we get into town. What does it look like? Oh, right, it's like the super like asymmetric outfit. Angel says I realize I'm not out of the Lunasta bullying me zone. I mean, couldn't you just oh right, we can dye it. It can get very pink, so we will use that outfit. But we will not use this. We will use sunglasses. I'm surprised that you have to farm all that Lunastra. Don't you have access to master rank yet, Angel? Ah, my dear Caetsu, how good of you to pay me a visit. Again? And a timely one at that. Our friend Sanson, with whom you journeyed, I met with him but recently, and it pleases me to say that his labors have finally borne fruit within, like, 5 minutes. Aye, his proposal for a unit incorporating bards has received formal approval. Even as we speak, he's rounding up members for the unit's inaugural mission. Now, during our conversation, Sanson mentioned that he had a favor to ask of you. In case you haven't yet heard from him, mayhap you could seek him out first. You're like to find him at Quaver's Hold. Oh, fair enough, Angel. I mean, enjoying all of the high rank content before you move on to master rank would also give you more content. Essentially. I know when Aradel and I played through Monster Hunter Rise, we also went to great lengths to do, like, I think we're 1 die short. Great lengths to actually do most of the high rank stuff before we went on to master rank. So that we could get more out of it. We haven't finished yet. That's still on the list. That's still something we have to do. But we did high rank first. As in, we haven't finished everything in master rank. Thank you. Why not use a glamour plate? It's an actual upgrade. It's an actual upgrade. So we will eventually. We'll put that in a glamour plate. But now we actually have pink bard gear, which we didn't have previously. We just used generic gear, you could say. Caetsu, I have a hat on now. It's so good to see you. Our hard work has paid off, my friend. I've received permission to establish my bard unit. Moreover, we've already been assigned our first mission. I couldn't be more pleased, save for one practical concern. Our new recruits yet lack the experience to embark on an honest-to-God's mission. In seeking to fill our ranks, I immediately thought of you, Caetsu. You are an exemplary among bards, and I should be greatly heartened for your participation in our maiden outing. I've also taken the liberty of requesting Guidelot's transfer to the unit. With your combined experience and skill, we are bound to leave a splendid first impression. Now then, I will go to receive my orders from Commander Hirua. May I assume that you will join me? May I say that I, too, have a vested interest in young Sanson's success. I should be personally grateful were you to lend him your aid, Caetsu. Zaytos, hope you're doing well. And I do agree. The thing with the Clutch Claw for me in Monster Hunter Iceborne is that while it was like the gimmick of Iceborne, it felt like it was such a like core part, or it was so required that it felt like you couldn't really play without it. And some weapons didn't feel as great with it, to say the least. It's a little bit like the wirebox in Rise, but in the same way that they're cool enough that it works for that game as like the game's gimmick, but it doesn't need to be like the new gold standard, right? They could do something else for Wilds. And that is actually an interesting thing because it's a really, really big sidetrack, but yeah, that's also true. Wirebox is also there in Rise from the very start. But a really weird sidetrack, but a problem, an interesting comparison between Monster Hunter and Pokemon is that Monster Hunter really early on, like extremely early on as far as I know, started on this there's a gimmick for every game thing. And really early on set the expectations that not all monsters are going to be in every game. Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, they did it really early. So, it was never a big deal. Whereas in Pokemon, they didn't really have this thing with each game or generation having like a major gimmick until they got, I believe, to Generation 6, where they started with the Mega Evolutions. And then they started like adding, like making a gimmick every single generation. And then it started reaching a point where there's so many Pokemon that it isn't feasible to have, their words, to have all of the Pokemon in every game. What's the gimmick of Generation 3? Emir, what's the gimmick of Generation 3 then? That gimmick hasn't been removed. So that's why it's not a gimmick, it's a core addition to the game. Water routes. The reason why Mega Evolutions became a gimmick is because it was in Generation 6 but not 7. The reason why the Z moves is a gimmick is because it was in Generation 7 but not 8. Was Mega Evolution still there in 7? Fair enough. Still, it's gone now. And then it's back again in a later generation or something. But that's the idea, is that Monster Hunter has always had this gimmick in nearly every generation of games. And they started with not all of the monsters are going to be there. Wolf's Den Pierre music. Listen, Lieutenant Chaiji. By all accounts, you were instrumental in the success of Captain Smith's previous expedition. We are glad for your cooperation. Now then, allow me to brief you on the mission. Our order has received an anonymous letter, one that makes certain claims. We will have your unit verify the truth of it. There's a tome that holds a damning secret pertaining to the Autumn War. Should you decide, send your most capable to 9 Ivies. I will be waiting. The war between Gridania and Alamigo. But that ended 100 years ago. I'm able to imagine what secret could exist that should be so damning even now. Might this not be an ill-conceived prank, Commander? Our leadership believes it likely, to be sure, but it is not a risk they are willing to take. Nay, not with the winds of public sentiment blowing as they are. All know that our order is involved in the Alliance's relief efforts for the recently liberated Alamigo. Well, there are those among the citizenry that disapprove. A small but determined faction that refuses to forget the wrongs of a century past. They still view Alamigo as the enemy, and ardently oppose our reaching out a hand of succor. Not potentially incendiary can be allowed to stoke the people's discontent, and we must move quickly. Your mission is to make contact with the letter's sender and ascertain the nature of the secret. You call that a mission? A bloody errand, more like. Couldn't be asked to handle it yourself, so you foisted on the eager new unit. And if the secret proves inconvenient for Gridania, what then? We'll just sweep it under the rug, along with all our hard work. Guidelot, mind your tongue, you're addressing a superior officer. And I'm a bard. Ah, so you are the famous Guidelot. Worry not, my friend. Whatever the secret turns out to be, I give you my personal assurance that you and yours will receive due credit for its discovery. That's good enough for me. It's been forever since me and Caetsu last performed together, and I just want to enjoy the moment. No complicating factors, you know. The Autumn War is an emotional subject for Gridanians, the older generation especially, and for us bards, it is also notable for the involvement of singing archers. In the course of your mission, I dare say there will be much to reflect upon and many opportunities to grow. I wish the three of you the best of luck. Roll to seduce the superior officer. Also, hey, clever Kildania. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Without further ado, let us make haste to 9 Ivies before Guidelord can exercise any more indiscretion. Thank you so much, Philip. I really appreciate it. Thank you. 9 Ivies is over there. When do you cover pentaweaving and octaweaving for new players? It's something you don't do. So it's something I've mentioned in a mistakes video recently. It's the kind of thing where, as we've talked about on the stream sometimes, it's something that you shouldn't do unless you know why you're doing it. I'm glad to hear that, Toss. I do hope you enjoy your time back in the game. And I'm also sad to hear that your PC broke. Well met, friends. I'm Noval, a humble citizen of Gridania, and I see you received my letter. We've come as you bid. The tome, if you'd be so kind. Ah, but I never said that I had it, and to be clear, I do not. What? Then why did you summon us here? Patience, my friends. I will explain. You see, like many Britannians, I have an ancestor who fought in the Autumn War. It was he who first learned of the tome in question, after the fighting had ended. In turn, I learned of it from my parents, and since then I've dreamed of poring over its pages. Alas, as it lies deep within Alamegan territory, I was resigned never to have the chance. But then the brave soldiers of the Alliance took Balz's wall, and the way was made clear. When I heard the tidings, the flames of my boyhood passion were rekindled. Finally, I can fulfill my dream. So I told myself, before I thought better of it. I'm no soldier, you see, and the prospect of wandering a war-ravaged land in search of a tome is, frankly, unrealistic. So I decided to reach out to your order for cooperation. Based on my parents' account, I'm confident that I can track down the tome, and I will help you to find it. I ask only that you take me with you. So what say you? I am but a commoner and know little of the ways of nations, but it seems to me such secrets as the tome conceals should be harmful to diplomatic relations. Is this not so? So if we wish to find the tome, we must agree to your company. Quite a demand to make of your nation. Huh, you've got stones, that's for sure. I like it. Also, by the way, Guidelot is actually prepared. He's actually straight up wearing Shire gear. Do you see it? Can you see it? he did the poetics grind. He's ready for combat. Are you serious? A civilian is essentially holding us to ransom, and you praise him for his stones? Look at it this way. We didn't know the tome existed, nor have we the faintest where to look for it. Better to have help than to fumble about blind, I reckon. Come on, Caetsu, back me up here. What? I thought we were going on vacation. Hey, Sir Camp. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that. You watched your guys. He sure has stones. He do be having them stones. You too, Caetsu? Our appearance is truly that important to a bard. Setting aside this talk of stones for a moment, I'll not deny that we would struggle without Noble's knowledge. Very well, we agree to your terms, and here's ours. You must obey our orders at all times. To the letter, sir. You shan't regret bringing me on. First, we'll make for Castrum Orient, presently held by the Order of the Twin Adder. Thence, we shall make our way into the unknown. We'll go without you, Caetsu. Does he have rocks, though? It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. $2,000 hours. That's pretty good to us. That's actually a long time. How much playtime do I have on Smol Caetsu? 23 days. Well, that's certainly about 500 hours. The armies of the four nations, united under one banner and one purpose, a sight to stir the spirit. Well, where to now? Pray do not be hasty, Master Samson. Before we venture into the wilds of Giovannia, we would do well to acquaint ourselves with the lay of the land. That's true. As a serpent captain, it should be a simple matter for you to secure permission for us to remain here. Just long enough to get our bearings. I suppose it would only be prudent. Very well, I will request permission of command. And I'll get right to bonding with the locals. Always wanted to compare songs from the four nations. And the liquor besides. Master Gaidelot is quite a character, isn't he? Aye, that he is. Pay him no mind. Now then, I will make my own inquiries. In the meantime, you have to lay low and refrain from bothering the garrison. Understood? Caetsu, Gaidelot and I shall tend to business here. Pray take your ease until we are ready to depart. 50,000 hours. That's, closing in on 6 years of playtime. Are you sure? Are you super sure? Most of that time would... You know, actually, that's a good point. There's a reasonable possibility that it's just someone who's just, you know, just parks their character AFK in Limsa every time they're not at the PC. Right. Gear change. We should go... I can't get the full Shire gear, but what we can do is we can go back to Dania and see if we can round up some level 60 gear at the very least. Sounds like something an EVE online player would unironically do. In fairness, isn't EVE... I've never played it, but isn't it like a huge management game in some ways? So it would actually make perfect sense for someone to just, you know, spend ages and ages not actually at the machine. Spreadsheets in space. Spreadsheets in space! Yeah, I actually have heard about some crazy things that have happened in that's a spicy meatball. Let's check what other options we have here. I feel like chicken salt over here is raking me over the coals. You have any what? I mean... not anything that would be particularly useful right now. I'm in space! Space. Space. Nope. I don't have any of those in here. Nope. Not for aiming. What? What's your favorite thing about space? Mine is space. Huh. I think that'll do. That's good enough. It's only 5 item levels. Are you? I'm not... I can afford it if it's like surprisingly expensive. I just would rather get the cheaper parts first, so I know that I'm not like, well, it's going to be 50k per accessory, And then like 100k per armor piece. So like I reach a point where it's like, well, I have to like data center travel to get the gear anyway, so might as well do it. Like I'm perfectly aware that the easiest way to go about this would just be to, you know, just DC travel back and buy it on a more populated data center. It would be that easy. But I'll give Chicken Salt here and what's your name? Tasty Puppy. It's probably the same person. They're both in Gridania. A nice payday, because Smol Kai here can afford it. No, Ymir, you don't have to do that. Smol Kai has the money. She can afford it. I'm just running back to make a glamour plate with our fancy, snazzy new job set. I think I have prisms. Yeah, apparently we have like 999 prisms. Guess I bought that at some point. I think I just like turned all of my Grand Company seals into that. There we go. Thomas says, I've heard that without boosters, learning all skills in EVE takes 21 years. What? Are you kidding me? I feel like that's the one I should just bring up when people are like, ugh, it takes months to collect all the weekly tombstone gear because of the weekly cap. Could be worse. It could be Eve. You consider that. Like, how old is Eve? Like the game? How old is Eve Online, actually? Did you say it'll take 21 years? And the game is 21 years old. And they could just add more skills, couldn't they? Who's even? Why is she online? It's just in case you're not joking, it's a really old space MMO. Now consider that, Angel. There are MMOs where I've seen been interested in oh, that looks cool, and then you discover that, oh well, because you didn't play at this time, you lost out on this and this and this thing, and you can never get them. And then I'm like, oh well, then I don't feel like playing, because now I can't have the complete experience because I missed it. Some OP item was distributed or something, and now it's never obtainable again. In EVE Online, That thing is time. So Kev says you can now buy skills. Well, originally, I don't know about all the other stuff, but I do remember that back in like original vanilla WoW days, my brother had like a friend that I then knew. That friend was the one that got me and my brother into WoW originally, and then this guy eventually quit WoW and was like, "Oh, the new cool thing is to play Eve. The best part is that you can buy playtime with in-game currency." I do know what a Phantasy Star Online is. Anyway, let's see. Oh, we could do normal raids now. If you want to join me for normal raids, come on over to me. People are still there. Ultra, that's not that game. What's that space game that has been in development forever? What's the name? Does anyone remember? Star Citizen, yes. That's the one. EVE Online is actually a game you can play right now. Star Citizen is not, I believe. Did Star Citizen actually come out? We're one person short. Do we have a player 8? Alpha version 7. It's in alpha. They're redoing everything. That's not a surprise. When did Star Citizen originally start development? Do I just invite someone out of the blob over there? Yeah, indeed, Victor. The general consensus from a lot of people is that it's possible that it is actually a scam all along. It's possible. Cyanide says, "I will appear. Are you on the way?" Full party get. But yeah, unlike Star Citizen, whatever it is at this point, EVE Online is a space game that has a lot of things in it. As people said, it's a spreadsheet game. It has a lot of things in it. And you can play it right now. I'm guessing we get A2. A4. It was overwhelming to start EVE. I could imagine. I remember, I think it was a few years ago. Like, yeah, around the time, if you recall, if some of you may recall, back when WoW had its massive exodus, Which, from Final Fantasy XIV's I don't know why I'm attacking the second leg. I don't know why I'm attacking the left leg. I shouldn't be doing that. Like, I just wanted to double dot them. And then I just, like, kind of got stuck on that. But I do remember that Preach, who has also played Final Fantasy XIV, went out on a project to try a whole bunch of other MMOs to see what else to do. And among other things, he tried EVE Online with, like, I don't remember the company behind EVE Online, but, like, with their blessing to test their new tutorial. And I believe the key problem was specifically that while the tutorial was better than it had been, there's too much in the game. There's just too much. I think I'm going to die. Never mind. And there's too much. So when the tutorial is over, you still just get, like, dropped somewhere effectively. At least it felt that way, as to my understanding. It might also be that he's just not good at following the tutorial. That is also perfectly possible. That is the saddest part for the boss to become untargetable. You should join EVE Online EVE University. Is that a thing in the game, or is that a community thing? Oh, it's a massive guild. I mean, that seems like a backup solution. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have done that. That seems like a backup solution to compensate for the fact that the tutorial isn't good enough. Yeah, it does look like the overlay broke, Bob. I'll fix it after this fight. They have their own wiki. I mean, Final Fantasy XIV has its own wiki, but it also gets a lot of flack for the tutorial not being super great in a lot of places. We did it! Like, I'm not saying that having such a thing isn't a huge boon. I'm just saying that, I mean, if the game itself, like, told you and directed you to get into the EVE University thing, that could be something. But it still sounds like if the developers are actively trying to make the tutorial better, then if the solution is still, well, you have to get into this particular community, otherwise you won't learn anything. Then the tutorial isn't good enough. And then there's, of course, the argument of, you know, it would be impossible to make a good enough tutorial. Fair. But I don't think when he did that tutorial that it directed him to EVE University. But that is a good point, Suke. That is a good point. That would help a lot. Also, hey Vince, hope you're doing well. Well, I made the big oopsie of spending all of my roulettes, and now I'm level 60. Divinity Original Sin has a bad tutorial. Well, the thing is, key thing is that, like, in a single-player game, the tutorial should be sufficient to teach you the things that you need to understand, right? That should be the case, and arguably, it should be a good tutorial. But in a multiplayer, an MMO situation, where you cannot opt out of playing with other players, it is crucially important that the tutorial actually teaches the things you need to understand. That is why Final Fantasy XIV sometimes gets some smacks for having a terrible tutorial, because the tutorial is so small at the end of the day and is mostly text that a lot of players don't get it. The only reason why Final Fantasy XIV often gets away with it is because the majority of the game is at a low enough difficulty level that you'll get it eventually. You'll learn it eventually. With EVE Online, you make the wrong decision, you lose everything. Because it's basically open world PvP all day, right? Hypothetically. It's not everywhere that it is like that. But because of that, it's even more important that you actually understand what you're doing. Eastern games really love their text dumps. Also, that sounds nice, Vince. Sounds nice. Well, given that I've made this absolute blunder of not having any roulettes left. Yeah, exactly. Emir says, frontline will surely pop. No chance. I think the best we can do is basically queue for Great Global Library. That's the best option we have until I reach 61. So with that said... Does anyone actually want to... Oops. Actually join me for the mega spam of Great Global Library? Then come on over to me. And look, Cole is back. He just appeared. I actually expected basically no one to want to join me. But I'll make sure to not just spam, I'll cycle. Yeah, see, the interesting thing with that, Sukep, is that full loot PvP, which is kind of what EVE is by design, is something that the winners enjoy extremely much. I believe New World was supposed to be a full loot PvP game. They had like a beta test or something, like an open beta test or something like that. Discovered that that was a terrible idea and completely removed that aspect of the game. The reason being that the way at the end of the day, the way that full loot PvP games will end up is that the people at the top basically bully everyone else. And it's essentially like beating downwards most of the time. I'm not saying that EVE is that, but that is the like ultimate end of this kind of game. And it's not fun to be bullied. Shockingly, it's not fun to get bullied. So the people at the bottom of the totem pole will get bullied. And eventually they will just give up because they don't get to enjoy the game. It's better to just not play then. And that means that the bottom of the totem pole disappears. And that means a different part of the player base is now the bottom of the totem pole, which are now getting bullied with no one to bully themselves, so they quit. And this happens until the only players left are the basically the top of the top and them right below that then get bullied. And the thing is, a lot of players that want full loot PvP, like those that specifically ask for it, usually envision themselves at the top of said totem pole. Like, it's often the case that they picture themselves as the ones winning in this particular scenario, which, possible, not saying that it isn't, some people will be the winners. But it does mean that a full loot PvP game is the kind of game where if you are not there on day one to get ahead, and you don't stay ahead, then the longer you wait, the more meaningless it becomes to actually start on it. I think I used the next song too early. And it only becomes worse. I remember, like, I actually tried Albion online when it was new. And it took like a couple weeks, and then there was like 2 or 3 clans that had basically everything in the best areas of the game, which was a full PvP only. Which made it feel pointless to even get into it. It's possible that EVE Online has done it way better. That is always a possibility. But that's the reason why it can be a super terrible idea for a new game to come out with full loot PvP, because it's a really, really effective way to lock out new customers to by pleasing the initial customers, you could say. Because the ones that want the full loot PvP for the full loot PvP are the ones that are there on day one. Those that come later already know that they are not on the top of the totem pole, so why start? Square Enix are cowards for giving this boss arena railings. You know, given that it only pushes you back like once or twice, I'm inclined to agree. Wait. Oh, the death actually happened! What? Ow. I'm going down, down. Yeah, so the book casts level 5 death, which kills anything that is in the area, like in the AoE, that is a level that is a multiple of 5. Which 60 happens to be. Nimia happened to stand in it, I think. But yeah, that is an important thing, Zukyp, is that back when EVE became big, there wasn't as many big, super well-made, popular MMOs to join, like to step into, especially not space ones, I suppose. So it didn't actually matter whether whatever EVE had wasn't something everyone wanted, because it being popular automatically gave it a huge edge over the alternatives. And now EVE is EVE, and everyone knows what EVE is. Most people know what EVE is, which means that you kind of know what you're getting into when you get into that. And some people have invested enough time and money into the game that they would willingly put in the money necessary to keep the game going as it is now. So EVE has reached a size where, I mean, the player base that is already there can keep it going. So they don't need to appeal to a new audience necessarily. The only way to win Eve is to never start playing. I mean, true. It's a little bit like... I'm pretty sure it's a case with Eve is that either you love it, and it's exactly the kind of stuff you want. In which case, the reason why you win by not playing is that you might not be able to deal with that addiction, if you get it. Or you don't like it, in which case there's no reason to play in the first place. And that is true, Aradel. Death level 5 is a spell you can collect as a blue mage. And it works exactly the same, by the way. Wow. But I've never played EVE Online. I specifically looked at the sheer quantity of stuff and time you need to invest in it, and was just like, nah, nope. And also, I'm not the biggest fan of future and space games, you could say. So, like, I prefer the stuff. Hey, Weather Witch, hope you're doing well. Gaming says, how does death level 5 work in this game? Exactly the same as in any other Final Fantasy game. Or, yeah, I think so. Death level 5 is an AoE, a small circle AoE. If your level is divisible by 5, meaning 5, 10, 15, 20, so and so and so, then if you're in the circle when the cast resolves, you die. That's it. That's all. You just die. When blue mages use it, it does the exact same thing, which means that it doesn't do anything if the mob isn't level multiple of 5. But there's also the possibility that the enemy happens to be immune to death spells. Death spells also include things like missile, you know, actions that like just basically grab the enemy's HP bar and manipulate it in some way directly. And for anyone who doesn't know what missile is, a missile is a spell blue mages have that just cuts the enemy's HP in half. Like the current HP, just remove half of it. Cole says, isn't EVE one of those games where RMT is just part of the game? It seems like that's the case based on what Sukep said. That, like, yeah, it's just part of it. But I suppose there's also the part that there's so much money in the game, like, fluctuating around, that it's more matter of money can, like, catch you up, maybe? I don't know. Wouldn't that mean that lower level death spells would be better? Yes, correct. A level 1 death would kill everything. But that spell doesn't exist. I think there's only level 5 death. There's also level 150 death in World of Darkness, although that one actually works differently. Exactly, level 1 death, also known as death. Nice. Also known as actual death. We should ask Serie. Yes. Serie, do you have a spell that it kills everything? Absolutely. Yeah, in World of Darkness, level 150 death is actually different, because the way that one works, I talked about this in my video on Cerberus, my Mythbusters video on Cerberus and everyone getting consumed. Instead of the way that the other kinds of these spells work, specifically level 100 and level 150 accumulates the total level of everyone inside the circle, and if they match like if they're divisible by the number on the spell, then everyone inside the circle gets affected. And the reason why I'm using this more vague term of instead of saying you die, I say you get affected, is because level 100 flare just hurts you a lot if you happen to be a multiple, like if your level happens to be a multiple of 100. Oh. And level 150, of course, is if the total level adds up to like a multiple of 150. And if you're doing it synced, it just means if there's an even number of players in flare, you take damage. If there's a multiple of 3 players inside death, they die. And then if you're doing it unsynced, it becomes way more complicated. Level 0 death. I suppose that would be a useless spell. Sip says you play Final Fantasy XIV, which is a future space game. How? Well, it's not a future game, is it? It's a fantasy game. And it is technically kind of a space game, but let's be fair here. Isn't the gold standard of Final Fantasy XIV, or no, Final Fantasy, the franchise, isn't the gold standard of you start by doing some small menial task, and you finish by killing the god of the universe in space? Who says fantasy can't be in the future? That is true, but what I was really trying to say is that I'm not the biggest fan of specifically science fiction games. I'm more a fan of fantasy games. Unsynced World of Darkness, 5 expansions after Dawn Trail will be weird. Yeah. Hypothetically, let's say that let's say first of all that there are 5 expansions after Dawn Trail, and let's say that in that time there's another stat squish, like there was with Endwalker. Maybe this stat squish makes it so that you can't just one-shot the bosses in World of Darkness if you're in there, like, alone. If that was the case, whoever gets targeted by level 150 death would be guaranteed to die, because you get snared in it as the person being targeted. Thor says, in all my time playing, I've never once seen the eye boss in World of Darkness kill anyone with the AoE death spell because everyone just roaches out of it. I'll be real, Toss, that's what I see most of the time, but I have seen like 9 people die all at once because everyone just was like, well, my melee uptime though, because the person that got snared was like smack dab under the boss. And everyone else was like, do I step out or melee uptime? Well, usually it doesn't do anything, so it's probably fine. I'm sure we're not a multiple of 3 in here, said exactly 7 other people as well. And the person that was snared and it was like, please help me. And then like 9 people died all at once. So it can happen. I've also seen people ignore the hourglasses and then the quarter thing just killed 1/3 of the raid. Just like that. And the reason why that matters is because the reason why people ignore these kind of mechanics is because they're like, well, the mechanic usually doesn't do anything, so why are we even killing the hourglasses in the first place? And then they see 1/4 of the raid die instantly and then like, oh, that's why. That's the reason why we kill the hourglasses. You see 9 people die all at once to death, and you're like, oh, that's why we respect it and run away from it. Also, hey Pendragon, hope you're doing well. Right, well, we have to do Great Cabal Library again, so if you want to join for round 2 Great Cabal Library, come over to me. Hmm. Do we have a healer in the group at all? Hope does I ignore the hourglasses because it's funny to see that many people get owned. I mean, that is really funny. It's not so funny if you yourself die as part of it. I could technically heal, but then we're getting nowhere. It's funny if you die in your own mischief. Couldn't a warrior just solo this? That is correct. A warrior can solo this duty. I think part of the reason for that, Cole, is that the NA region just has way more players. Which helps with that. Like, I think, like, even at, like, peak times on Light, I'm pretty sure Ether still has, like, over twice as many things in Party Finder. Why did we stop? The staircase has appeared. NA spans... Oh yes, the NA spans a pretty large area. Gleaming says, my British friend wants to play on Primal because she wants to escape from British people. That is an interesting solution. The way I would normally avoid, like, for example, Danish people is, if someone made, like, if I wanted to, if someone made it clear that they're Danish, I would just not play with them. But I suppose it's less obvious that someone is British. The only way you can see it is maybe they say would of instead of would have. Shaq did say they were maybe a bit new to tanking, so I'll just mention this just to make sure that we're not just like walking in the blind. If you only want to pull one pack, like if you're afraid of pulling more than that, that's okay. But if you are going, if you want to pull more, then go for it. Like, if you stop, if you're going to not pull more than one pack, then don't keep running. Just stay where the pack is and stop there. Because it's actually way more confusing if you, like, keep running and then randomly stop before the expected destination. Normally, if you're not sure how much to pull, it's pretty common to pull at least 2 packs at a time. At least 2 packs at a time. So basically you run into the first pack and then you just keep, like, you pull those and then you just keep running until you run into another pack. And then you stop there. You can pull more than that. No one said you had to stop there, but that's like the standard. By the way, there's no railings there. But yeah, I'm just saying, if you don't want to pull more than 1 pack, that's okay. That's okay. But then it's better that you just stand your ground when you've pulled a pack. Dungeon OSHA. I hit only one mob with my spray of arrows, apparently. It is a little weird that there's so few things happening on Materia, but I suppose the see, that is the thing. I think I did talk about this in relation to my video about worldwide data center travel. That there was the possible outcome that people would like mess around with worldwide data center travel for like a week or two. And then it's no longer interesting. And people just stop using it altogether. Like they just go back to what they used to do. And that's kind of, I suppose, I think that maybe, I don't know, like, it would be easier to know from the people on Materia, I suppose, if they feel like there's consistently more people now. But I have gotten the impression that people were like, wow, we could all meet on Materia and hang out and stuff. And then people did that, and now they've done that, so why do that anymore, right? Like, we did the thing, we tried it, that was fun. Let's go back to what we used to do. Oh, it's on you, Shaq. Shaq, you have to lead the orb through the boss. You have to lead the orb through the boss. Perfect. It's not a very obvious mechanic. No worries about it. If you don't want to get the orb on you, it latches onto whoever's closest when the book dies. That is an easy way to avoid it if you don't want responsibility. And that is also true, Vince. The thing is, the people that would be perpetually using the worldwide data center travel are the players that have friends all over the world that they want to play with all the time. Those would be like the key players to always use data center travel all the time. And that's probably a relatively small percentage of the total player base. Like, out of all of the players, it's probably a reasonably small amount of players. Which means that now that the new car smell has gone off, the argument that, well, there could feasibly be players from all over the world on Materia. So why is the party finder dead now? Doesn't matter, because most of the people have gone home. Like, they just went home. They're done. Which means that the real answer we're seeking here is that most players on the OZ data center as in Materia are, of course, now from Materia. And they're sleeping. They're sleeping right now. Oh, they're cultists. That's true. I don't know how big of a percentage of the actual people online on Ravana right now is actually from actually Caemmunity members. It's probably not many, but it would be pretty funny if it were. Pink takeover. Kaijania. Materia. I'm sure there's plenty of people online. But it would be funny. They're just doing MS. Oh, there's a Voidcast Dice MSQ Party Finder on Materia right now. Cole looking for people to do a good deed for a Materia player. Man, I sure do love Blade. Yeah. Fear my rhyme-kissed blade. I will free us from the wheel. A raging gale to rend you asunder. Why not chain the wheel and make a unicycle? Uh-oh. Hello from the other side of the arena. Dragon, heed my call. We're quoting Golbez in a 6.4 trial catch. If you are familiar with the Blade meme on this channel, that's where it comes from. Got his sword. You got his blade, at least. It's important. A raging gale to rend you asunder. Mm. Oh boy, now we can finally do a Stormblood dungeon. Raging blade to blade you to blade. Blade. There's a party finder group, I guess. This one. With someone looking for help with Voidcast dice. I will free us from the blade. That's you. When you've procced on Golbus Extreme for 6 hours. It's you going, I will free us from the blade. And Golbus is like, what? A dungeon with Emirs inside. What? Wait, what? Oh yes! Siren Song C has Ymir. Speaking of which, does anyone want to do Siren Song C with me? Come on over to me if you want to. Maybe everyone's out there doing everyone's in for the Voidcast dies now. And the mobs, all Ymir. The bosses, Ymir. We want to blade. It's time to blade. Gradually everything become blade. My blade-kissed blade. Fear my blade-kissed blades. The origin of the blade meme, for those that weren't around for that, was I progged Golbus Extreme on stream quite a while back. We did 2 sessions of it. We didn't beat it. The first time we spent a lot of time learning double meteors. The second time we actually spent a lot of time reprogging double meteors. So we didn't beat it. But the blade meme came from the fact that, given that I was on voice chat with a significant portion of, like a portion of the group, and people could hear me on stream, it made sense for me to do call-outs. So I became like surprise raid leader. And every time, like, if you've done Golbus on normal, you know that he does the thing where he like winds up and then he cleaves half the room. On extreme, he does that, turns 180 degrees and cleaves the other half of the room immediately. So I would be like announcing that blade was happening, and then blade happened again, and then eventually it gradually like went from being blade to blade to blade to blade, and then people started in the chat spamming like full caps blade whenever the mechanic was coming up, and also spamming this emote, which is right, that has kind of become the calling card of blade. We're missing one person to join for Siren Song C. Do we have a taker? One taker. One tanker. This is the interesting thing. I think we talked about this very recently, that the weird thing with the Stormblood leveling portion is that it can really get like start to feel slow in a way. Paul says I was a mentor before I left. Do I accept the returning player flower? You can. Like, you can. It doesn't really hurt anything. I believe you have it for like 3 days or something like that. But you don't have to take it. But if you take it, like, I'm just saying, if I see a player that is like playing weird, I'm far more likely to understand if they have like the returning player mark. Because like, if you have a Sprout doing a duty, at least, like, they're actively like a new player, but if you have the returning player mark, then it means that you're probably playing weird because you haven't played in ages. It's not like it means like that you need that free card to protect you or anything, but it's just, it isn't a bad thing. The Shadowbringer's leveling. Oh yeah, that's also going to be kind of rough for us. I don't know, it's specifically the Stormblood one. I've heard a lot of people be like, wow, that one is particularly rough. Like, nothing's happening. Like that it can get very samey or something, I don't know. I think maybe the reason why Shadowbringers don't have this same feeling is because Shadowbringers has, I don't know, maybe it has slightly better, like, alternative. Oh, never mind, I know. It's because when you reach Shadowbringers, you can go to Boja. So the people that are like, Shadowbringer, like, that, like, the, like, duty roulette spam gets kind of boring. They just go to Boja and they don't complain. That's probably it. That's probably it. Says it removed my HUD layout and reset my settings. Oh yeah, because HUD and settings are stored locally for some reason. If you have an old, like, if you, I mean, if you changed, your old PC broke, which means that was actually the moment where you lost your HUD and everything, because it was on that PC. I couldn't possibly explain to you why. By the way, look, it's ancient Ymir. It's ancient Ymir. That's true. You can make a backup from the character selection screen, but that's, of course, not super helpful in hindsight, I guess. Good night, Caetsu. Thank you for coming. You know, the weirdest part about having more latency is that it feels like it still comes in waves in a way. So like sometimes I can get away with double weaving, and other times it's just like, nah, man, nope, nope, no chance. And I just mega clip my GCD as a result. Like that's really the big pain of higher latency, is that it's not always consistent. If only it were consistent. Oh, I let my dots drop. Oops. Jose Yops, hope you're doing well. And James. And Novantico. Hope you're all doing well. For me personally, my big evil master genius strategy in terms of UI is that I don't actually change my UI that much from the base, so I kind of know what I want, but my hotbars would suck way more to lose. Nowadays it's less of a problem, because if I opened the game one day and all of my settings were gone and I couldn't recover them for some reason, I mean, I could just go and check my own videos. Just find my UI style and like hotbar placements from there. Like, very convenient. That's what you should do. You should just make videos of yourself playing with your UI and put them on YouTube. Then you can just recreate them if you lose them. Big brain time. It's way easier. Just do that. Then you don't even need to back up anything, because you can just remake it. I'm joking, of course. If it wasn't obvious. But it's really like your hot... I believe your gear sets are also saved locally, Toss, so those are probably also gone. And that's also a weird one, actually. We also, oh yeah, that's true. In the live letter earlier, we were told and got a little bit of a sneak peek on a new friend list setting, or rather the opposite of a friend list setting, you could say, because they're making it so that you can mute people separately from your blacklist, and when you blacklist people, they actually disappear now in Dawntrail. And they appear again if you need them for some reason, like if you get paired up with them in a dungeon. But they will basically just be John Doe. Finally, the enemy list! Finally! You're right, that would be the opposite, wouldn't it? But the reason why that's relevant to this conversation is that the muted list is saved locally. Apparently. It was like something that I just randomly skimmed over and was like, huh. You have to run away from the boss. Big ouch. Speaking of big ouch, guess who forgot to reapply their dots? I think I realized what the problem is. As I start to have more and more things to watch out for, I forget the dots in the chaos. Because I had no issues maintaining it when I didn't have Wanderer's Minuet. A bone stack counter for what? Oh. Just not Black Mage. Idea for next Smol Kai Bard stream. Accounts for every time Kai forgets to reset dots. I mean... Are we stopping here? Is it scary? Understandable. It is a big pull. Oh, that's what you meant with a Vuln stack count. I was like... a... like... for what purpose? Like as a mechanic? Or... I didn't realize you meant like actually like a number count on the screen, even though I did immediately understand what traverse meant. $50. You know, that sounds not that surprising. I've had some amazingly ridiculous runs in Voidcast dies. Oops, I should have needed on that. Oh well. Some amazingly problematic runs in Voidcast dies myself. Die to autos. I mean, if you're not like, if you've already spent the healing options you have as a tank, then sometimes the boss can actually just whittle you down. That's the one we interrupt. That's the one we interrupt. This mob, just this particular mob, the Fleshless Captive, is actually super interesting because it's a mob that exclusively has interruptible actions, but one and only one of them you actually really want and need to interrupt. Because if you don't interrupt well, you can also just stun, but depending on your group composition, that might actually not be an option. Like, if your healer is a white mage and you pull the dogs with it, then the boss probably has... well, the mob probably has stun immunity. But that mob, because it has 3 actions and they're all interruptible, it uses... I believe it uses Dark twice, and then it uses Seductive Scream. So if you haven't seen it before, it uses that action just enough that it makes you think there's nothing else to interrupt. And then it goes, surprise! It goes, yeah, I actually had something else up my sleeve. I have really big sleeves, so that shouldn't surprise you at all. Yeah. How did the tank... how did the mob use it 3 times is my question there, Catch. Like, how did that Fleshless Captive survive that long? Bad DPS? I suppose that would be the solution there. You know, the funniest thing there, Darth, is that it is perfectly possible for the group to have garbage damage and actually not be undergeared at all. That is perfectly possible. You could just have extremely bad players. It is also quite interesting because I I feel like I remember, because like, consider in Stormblood, that was when I started playing the game, that indicator where like actions flash and blink at you when you can interrupt them didn't exist yet. So you didn't actually know that that was how that worked. And actions like head graze was a 1 second silence. Hey Bad Angel, hope you're doing well. And add to this, and I've talked about this like a million times, I guess. In Stormblood, most jobs had like 10 or more role actions. 10 or more. And you could only choose 5. So, let me put it like this. As a ranged physical, you would choose Peloton. You would. And then you would probably choose Refresh, which was an aura, like an aura you activated for a while, that regenerated MP, and Bards actually used MP for Foe Requiem, but it also regenerated MP for everyone else, so your healer, for example. It also cut all enmity you currently had in half. They would also choose Tactician, which was the exact same thing except for TP, which you needed for AoE attacks if you're a physical job. They likely also chose Palisade, which was a 20% physical damage reduction cooldown for someone else, meaning the tank. So like an extra rampart for them for big AoE pulls if they wanted to do them. And then you probably chose like Second Wind. I think I actually heard that they didn't have arm's length in Stormblood. So they'd probably choose like Second Wind to heal instead of silence the enemy for 1 second. Because let me put it like this. When I looked at an action, because tanks could choose Interject, which was a 1 second silence. Ranged physical could choose Head Graze, which was a 1 second silence. And ninjas actually had an attack that did like an ability that did like 80 potency on a 40-second cooldown, that just also silenced for 1 second. Like, they had an interrupt with damage on it, so of course that was used for damage and not interrupting. I looked at it, and my initial assumption was, so the enemy stops casting, looks at you like you're an idiot for 1 second, and then just casts the action again. Right? So why would I ever do that? Why would I choose that over something that was actually more helpful? Because in WoW, where I came from at the time, also, interrupts usually read something like interrupts the opponent, like the target's current spell cast, and locks them out, or like interrupts the current spell cast and locks them out of that school of magic for like 4 or 5 seconds, which meant that if you use it in PvP, it basically put like a 5-second GCD on all actions of that particular school of magic. Which meant that, yes, you interrupted the enemy, but you didn't have to choose this over something else. You interrupted the enemy, and now they had to stare at you for 5 seconds instead of 1. Exactly, 4... I can't remember if it was 4 or 5, but yeah, like something like that. It made more sense. Whereas here you had to choose that over something else that was probably more helpful. So often you would go into some place like Siren Song Sea, you wouldn't actually know that Seductive Scream was interruptible. You didn't even know that that was what it was called. So usually what you would rely on was that people would learn that Seductive Scream wasn't fun, and tanks sometimes brought low blow. You know, the 5-6 second stun. And that's also true, Darth. In Final Fantasy XIV, there are actions that are less valuable to interrupt than others. Like, there are some that are less valuable to interrupt than others. Like, for example, Dark. If it's put on the Black Mage, you can interrupt it and the Black Mage gets some attack uptime. But Seductive Scream, you would rather interrupt. In WoW, there are some enemies that have like an effect where it's like, oh, if you interrupt me, I get a speed boost. And then you can't actually interrupt my next spell, which is way worse. So, like, they actually have actions where the enemy outright goads you into interrupting them. Because if you do, it'll be much worse. Also, Ardell, did you not use Peloton? Really? No Peloton? But Invigorate makes sense. That generated TP as well. I had forgotten about that one. And yeah, the wait until last second to interrupt thing is also something that a lot of players brought with them from WoW. And yes, Giraheen, the interruption indicator and the concept that interrupt say interrupt instead of 1 second silence was added in Shadowbringers. And I believe if you just like sat down and played Shadowbringers like from the start of Shadowbringers on release, the first time you would be met with this cast time, like this interruptible cast, would be the frog in Don Meg, which you really, really, really want to interrupt. Also, the frog is immune to stuns, so enjoy that. Speaking of enjoy that, a new hat. Oh. A new coat. Thank you all for passing on it. And that does look funny. She's just wearing a bucket. TP was weird. Right. Well, I was thinking of just going again, because that's the only option we have. Rost is back and would like to sub in if there's any one of our magnificent... like, actually, who else wants to join me for Siren Song C spam? Come on over to me. Like, if we have a full replacement team as well, that also, like, we have a full extra team that wants to come, then there's no reason for me to sit here and be like, well, we have one person who would like to sub in. We have 2 people that would like to sub in. I think Uno died. Are you here, Pendragon? They had toilet paper in this game. I think it meant technical points. Or tactical points was what it stood for. I meant true pain. TP was really weird. Let me just... Pendragon, are you here? Are you on the way? Did you mean that you wanted to join for Siren Song C? What did you use TP for? In A Realm Reborn, so you had 1,000 TP and you regenerated 60 every 3 seconds. Most, like, physical actions like, weapon skills cost somewhere between, like, 40 and 70, maybe even 80 sometimes to use, which meant that you would gradually, like, tire out over the course of a fight. Certain actions cost, like, way over 100. Like, way over 100. Okay, Pendragon, we'll go in like this then. Like, it costs way over 100. Like, for example, Monk had an action called Touch of Death, which was just a GCD you could use outside of combo that did very little damage outright, and then did, like, put, like, a really mean dot on the target. I believe that one cost, like, 170 or something like that TP. So you could, like, really quickly tire yourself out if you used actions you were not supposed to spam wrong. In the same way that, for example, Summoner could put down Shadow Flare with no cooldown. It had like a long cast time, it had no cooldown, but it cost an enormous amount of MP. Yes, Shadow Flare, the one that the Squadron Arcanists just go, want to see me spam some more Shadow Flares? I'm gonna do it anyway. Because it just has no cooldown, they just move it. But as time passed, they made it like less and less of a core part of the game. In fact, in A Realm Reborn, using Sprint just ate your entire TP bar. It's just, the whole thing just gone. Down to 0. And I believe the amount of time you got on Sprint was affected by how much TP you had to give. The reason why that's a problem is, of course, because the casters would just be like, well, I have a full TP bar, I'll just use it. Meanwhile, the physical jobs would, like, they'd rather do a casual jog to their destination than eat their entire TP bar. So eventually they removed that interaction. And by Stormblood, the only time where TP actually really mattered was on AoE. Like, your AoE attacks usually cost anywhere between 100 and 140 TP, depending on what job you were, but most everything else cost somewhere between like 40 and 70, so you would usually not tire out doing single target stuff. Which meant that what TP actually did originally was, well, let's just say that you needed the trash pack to die within like 12 GCDs. Or your tank was out. Like, your tank was dry, and your melee and your ranged DPS was dry, unless you had some cooldowns, which, like, I mean, you had some, but it still meant that you could actually just run out of energy. The reason why that also was interesting was because the fact that Black Mage had infinite MP meant that it didn't actually matter how long a fight went. Black Mage could an endless number of times, like, reload and cast Flare again. The difference was that back then, when you used Flare, you had 0 MP and your ice spells cost MP. So the only follow-up you had as a Black Mage after using Flare was click, transpose, and wait. Or, I mean, you could also use Mana Font. I believe it was called some sort of sacrifice back then, because it actually cost HP to use or something like that. Can't remember if that was changed in Stormblood or after that. You killed my uncle. Oops. Oops. But because Black Mages had infinite MP, it meant that their, like, as far as I remember, Flare didn't do nearly as good damage as it does now. But you could use it an infinite number of times. Which meant that it was okay that Black Mage did worse, like, burst AoE damage compared to, like, a melee job. Because Black Mage had infinite AoE to spend, whereas the melee jobs would tire out eventually. But this also gave, like, a factor of maybe you don't want to do a mega pull, because if you don't actually have the energy to clear it, then you wipe. There's a core part about doing a big mega pull is clearing it quickly before you run out of cooldowns. But back then, you might actually discover in the middle of the pull that screw having enough damage. What if you don't have enough resources? Then you just die because the melee DPS got tired. A whoopsie, indeed a whoopsie. Wasn't it ethereal or ether? I don't believe it had ether in it. But I can't remember what exactly it was. Not exactly. But that is also the reason why the animation of using Mana Font looks like you're in pain. It's because you, like, originally it cost HP to use. But yeah, essentially, just to round up on that one, Gleaming, by Stormblood, the only thing you used TP for was your AoE attack resource. Anafon is just readjusting. I mean, you like, and then you readjust your glasses. Which I would also do if I like doubled over in pain. I would also have to readjust my glasses. Convert. Yes, that sounds correct. Thank you, Darth. That's the one. The ghosted pitch perfect. Denied. Clever Kilvania says, I miss a lot of the old flavor abilities. That I can agree with. Something that really irks me a little bit is specifically that a lot of the role actions that we used to have, like those that you could choose but you would absolutely never ever ever choose, you have to run away with that. That, like, many of the role actions you would never ever choose were specifically actions that added some sort of flavor sometimes. Like, for example, some of you may remember from Shadowbringers that there are points where Grahatia uses the spell Break. All mages had that in Stormblood. All mages had Break. It was like, I think it did like 80 potency, and then slowed the target by 20% or something like that. So you would basically never use it. I believe I've heard some people say it might be useful in like a deep dungeon context, and I agree. But you would generally not see it used very much, because you had to choose that as one of your 5. And you just had way better options. You could also choose a spell called Drain, which just, I believe, again, like 80 potency. And it healed you a bit. Like, it was a spell where you stole HP from your target. Again, you would never use it, because it healed for so little that it might almost, like, it would probably be better than using Physic, I suppose. But aside from that, you would never ever use it. But it was nice to have the option, right? Like, that's the thing, is that that's something you also notice, like, in a context of soloing content. Or doing otherwise unusual content, is that you don't really have the option to get very creative, because all of the more creative options of each job have been removed. Kissing the boo-boo would heal more than Physic. I mean, you're not wrong. But it also makes sense for many of these actions to have just been deleted, because they didn't really serve any purpose at the end of the day. No one were going to choose them. It's the same as some jobs that just lost actions they never used. Like just weird flavor actions you would never want to use. And how, like, when we talk about like more combo actions, I forgot to refresh my... No, wait, I didn't. I just never actually applied both dots, it looks like. Because I always apply Storm Bite first, and there was no Venom, no Caustic Bite. But like, when people say, well, if we had like PvP style combos, we would have space for more combos to choose from. But what kind of combos would we want? Like, we could give every single job, like every single melee job with a combo sequence, we would give them a dot. Like an alternative finisher that applies a dot. Would that be fun? Would that be better? We could give every single job that doesn't already have one a combo finisher that gives you a damage buff. Would that be fun? Make a combo of combos. Like, I mean, they could... Like, the thing that I think is really the big miss with combos is that for the most part these days, most jobs have, like, that have combos at all, has a one combo starter one or two step 2s and like one step 3 or 2 step 3s if they like 1 step 3 for each step 2 or 2 step 3s for the single step 2. So it just feels very, very like there isn't a lot there. But it's not like there's very much... Like, the thing is, if you gave every job with combos an extra step 2 combo and then like an extra step 3, what would it do? A combo with a cooldown. Do we not have that? I guess we don't actually have that. That could work. That would actually be really scary. Especially if it was like a step 3 with a cooldown. And the step 2 has only one finisher, which is the one with the cooldown. And yeah, we have Gnashing Fang for full combo with a cooldown. That is true. And that also makes sense, Sukip. The reason why my perspective on this matter is that giving you PvP combos doesn't actually solve the problem is because the real problem, in my opinion, in regards to all these actions, is that your GZD on jobs with a combo, your GZD is like 5 buttons. Something like that. Maybe 6. Yet somehow we can't find space for everything on 32 buttons. So if you got PvP combos, then it means that now your GZD is like 3 buttons. And now there's space for other stuff, which would be even more GZD. And that's where I think the problem lies. That like 25% of your job is weapon skills and combos and stuff, or spells. I think it would be more, like, I think the better solution is less abilities, less OGZDs, more GZDs, remove things that abilities do, and make more combos with that. Because part of the reason why I'm like, should we give everyone a dot to maintain with their combos? Because a lot of jobs don't really care about that. Should we give everyone a damage buff to maintain? A lot of jobs don't really care about that. And there's also the part that if we make it so that 50% of your rotation is combos, then the game will feel extremely slow. Because like if you have like 4 or 5 different combos you need to deal with, hypothetically, then it's like, okay, I have to set up my damage buff, 3 combo steps. Now I have to apply a debuff to the enemy, 3 combo steps. Now I have a dot to apply, 3 combo steps. And so on. Scab says, with controller you can basically just use 4 buttons. I mean, as far as I know, the average, like, optimized controller setup has 32 buttons on the screen. That means... Sorry, that might have sounded loud. One, two, three. By the way, mirrored camera, right? Mirrored. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Modifiers. Hypothetically, some of them modifiers. And if you can make 3 different modifiers, like access 4 different crossbars, then that gives you 32 buttons. This is important because I talked about this in my button bloat video a while back. It seems like jobs that go past 32 buttons are considered bloated from the perspective of the developers. If I remember correctly, Ninja has exactly 32 buttons, including roll actions. I don't remember if it also includes sprint. I don't believe it does. Which is a problem. Why is that important? Because Ninja at the release of Endwalker had the buttons that it has. Phantom Kamaitachi was a separate button. And those that have played Ninja, like, picked it up at that time, might have been, or maybe played now, might be thinking, why would Phantom Kamaitachi be a separate button? Because you can't use Phantom Kamaitachi without Bunshin. Now, at release of Endwalker, the way Ninja worked was that when, like, so aside from everything else that is as is, whatever, when you used Raiton, you got a buff that stacked up to 3, when you had that buff, you could use, I believe, Forked Raiju, which did like whatever damage, specific damage, and gap close to your target. And then it combo turned into Fleeting Raiju, which did the same damage and gap close to your target. And they had to be used like one after the other. And because you couldn't, you know, the way that Raijus work now is that if you use a different weapon skill, then you lose those stacks entirely, so you can't save them for later, which meant that if you like did your opener, you would usually get 3 stacks. Up to 3 stacks of this Raiju thing, which meant that once you'd done that, you were just like super glued to your target for 6 GCDs, because every time you pressed Raiju, you got yanked over to the boss, and then yanked over to the boss, and then yanked over to the boss repeatedly, which is not fun. And it didn't take that long for the developers to realize that. So instead of just removing half of the action, they went, well, one of them could just not be a gap closer. And then they split it apart, increased its potency, and let you keep both so you could choose. That's why you have 2 Raijus, because there was 2 Raijus originally as a 1-2 combo, but it was a single button. It was just one button that it just A turned into B. So when they split them apart, that meant ninja plus 1 action, but in the same fell swoop, they grabbed Phantom Kamaitachi and put it and shoved it in under Bunshin. Minus 1 action. We're neutral. Samurai also lost Kaiten, and I believe Kaiten went from 33 to 32 actions? Which was this, like, Ninja went up to 33, down to 32. Samurai was at 33 and went down to 32. So I'm pretty sure that's the mark they're aiming for, no more than 32. And then we have Paladin, of course. Then we have Paladin. Girihin says Dancer doesn't really have that much button bloat or anything, but I don't really see why Starfall Dance and Fan Dance 4 can't just share their button with their respective access buttons. You are aware that Fan Dance 4 is an OGCD accessed by using Flourish, and Starfall Dance is a GCD accessed by using Devilment, right? You can have access to both Starfall Dance and Fan Dance 4 at the same time. However, Starfall Dance could absolutely just be a button that Devilment turned into. And Fan Dance 4 could absolutely just be a button that Flourish turned into. And it would hurt no one. It would change nothing, because the time frame you have access to Starfall Dance is actually exactly the same 20 seconds where Devilment is already active. And Fan Dance 4, I believe you have access to for 30 seconds. And Flourish's cooldown is 60 seconds. So... And exactly the same deal. Why can't Plentiful Harvest be on the same button as Arcane Circle? There's no situation. Like, that's actually the key thing. And that's also something that I've talked about in that button bloat video. I focused more on jobs that was actually running out of space, rather than jobs that had space. Reaper has space, so they are not as in as dire need. But, for example, with Samurai, why did they remove Kaiten when they could have just shoved Ogina Mikiri down under Ikishoten? You just... same button. Why is... and this is a little bit of a weird one, and it doesn't exact... like, this is actually an example of where this thing can break. Why is it that Requiescat doesn't just turn into Confiteor when you use it? The answer to that is, of course, both that they haven't considered that yet, and because if you use Confiteor, that makes your next combo step Blade of Faith, I believe, and you have that for 30 seconds. If you then use Blade of Faith with, like, after 30 seconds, then you have Blade of Truth for 30 seconds. You use that, get Blade of Valor for 30 seconds. Which means that it is absolutely possible that Requiescat comes off cooldown while you're in the middle of the Blade combo. Unlikely, but possible. Emir says, why can't Raiju be like the summoner gap closer? It was. Kind of. It was one times gap close and then just a smack. I don't know why they decided to completely change it. They could have just, they could have increased the potency and just made it so that the second step wasn't a gap close like you suggested. I guess they decided that there was too much in the ninja burst already. Because with that many Raijus, you couldn't feasibly fit it all in the burst. And if the fantasy of ninja is that you use trick attack and then you just go and use everything, that doesn't work if you can't fit everything. Why can't Requiescat be range 2? That would also be pretty nice. That would be pretty nice. Something that is a little less nice is that I realized that we got a total of 4 levels today. That's not super impressive. I guess we did spend quite a lot of time on trying to get that alliance raid up and running. Scholar also has a lot of bottom blow traverse. There's a few, and I can tell you that I have a list. I made a video about it. But that's the easiest way that they could make more button space would be to consolidate buttons into the same button if there's never a reason why there would never be a situation where you would want to access A over B. And where you feasibly could more for example, fun fact, I can't remember if it was 6.1 or 6.2, but if I remember correctly, Endwalker came out, then one patch they actually combined Pitch Perfect and Wanderer's Minuet, because Pitch Perfect used to be its own separate button. Then the next patch, they separated them again, and then the next patch after that, they combined them again. I think. Oh no, I remembered that wrong. It was that there was a bug that they fixed. The way that it was that in 6.1 they made it so that Wanderer's Minuet turns into Pitch Perfect when you are in Wanderer's Minuet. Then in patch 6.11 they fixed a bug where if a different bard in your group was in Wanderer's Minuet, your Wanderer's Minuet also turned into Pitch Perfect. Catch says, I'd like if some buttons just combined into one. If it would somehow be possible, like say Bard combining their 2 dots into one button. I see what you mean. I will, however, say that I think the weird thing with Bard is that it was meant to be significant that it's 2 different dots. This was the part that if you combine them into a single button, then there would be no point in Ironjaws. Bart doesn't really struggle with button bloat? How many buttons are we missing? I mean, struggle is probably, yeah, it doesn't struggle with it, but we're getting close. We're getting close. I also agree with that one, Derby. That's actually an interesting thing. I can't remember if that is exactly how it went down, but in World of Warcraft, like, for years, the way that classes, especially like DPS, dealt with them having like several damage buffs they could apply to themselves was that they just made a macro that just used every single one, because in World of Warcraft you don't have animation locks. If you made a macro that used 3 OGCDs at the same time, would just go and use all 3, which meant that like most damage buffs you had were OGCD. So you just click the button, like the kill switch, you could say, and you just used everything. And then with Battle for Azeroth, they decided that the game needed to get slowed down a bit, so they made a lot of OGCD options into GCDs, and some of those things were a lot of damage buffs, which meant that you had cases where I think warriors would just kind of stand there and like roar for 3 or 4 GCDs to actually use their buffs before they actually wanted to attack. It didn't help that you also wasted like 50% of the duration of some of these buffs setting up more buffs, because you had to use GCDs on it. I believe part of the solution there was, for some, okay, we'll make those damage buffs OGCD. For others, well, you don't need 4 damage buffs, do you? So I do agree that consolidating your damage buffs into a single button would be pretty nice. One way they could do it for Dragoon would be... I mean, they could make it so that every second time you use lance... Maybe it should start on that, I don't know. You could make it so that, like, you just have Dragon Sight, and that one happens to also give everyone a damage buff. Cole says, let's see. How many non-damage healing GZDs even exist? Mudras. Non-damage, non-healing GZDs even exist. Mudras. Technically, as you said. Eucrasia. Ether Charge? Dreadworm Trance? Dance Steps? I guess the mudras that turn into like the mudras that like the ninjutsus that don't do anything. So I don't know if Summon Bahamut counts, because you summon Bahamut and Bahamut attacks 4 times. Curing Waltz is an ability. And it heals. I guess you're right, Emir. Summon Bahamut doesn't do damage. It's Bahamut is summoned and Bahamut then uses Wormwave 4 times. That's true. Umbral Soul doesn't do damage or healing. Exactly, Summon Phoenix heals, so that doesn't count. But Summon Bahamut does. I believe Rust, those are also abilities and not weapon skills or spells. So, okay, let me rephrase that. What we're talking about is things that go on the GCD that does not do damage or healing. That means that mudras, which are technically abilities, but they go on the GCD, count. Tank Stance is an ability that does not go on the GCD, so that does not count. Shield bash does damage. Summon ears, summon copy, yep. Meditate, yep. That one doesn't do damage, and I believe that is another case of an ability on the GCD. A Natman? Ability on the GCD. Form shift, yes. Form shift. Well, we have meditate and we also have meditation. One of them is monk and one of them is samurai. And something that we can see holds true for a lot of these kinds of actions are... oh yeah, sleep. True. And repose. A lot of these are like... they manage resources in some way. And are often meant for downtime or before combat and things like that. And that's actually a funny detail. Back in Shadowbringers, on release, I'm pretty sure you can find like patch notes on this. Showa, the attack where like every time you use any jutsu, you generate one stack, and one meditation stack or something. Originally, the way Showa worked is that it did nothing and was unusable, except when you channeled meditation, the samurai one. Every tick of meditation gave you like a stack or something. You lost all stacks when you stopped meditating. The only way you could use those stacks was using Showa, which did more damage for each stack. I believe it stacked up to 3, so you had to like meditate for 9 seconds. The dumb thing about it is that because of the way the ability, like that meditate works, you had to basically, the boss leaves the arena, you have to run over, not to where it's safe to be, you had to run over to where the boss is going to be. Whether that was safe or not. And then just stand there with your sword and meditate. And then when the boss came back and you then promptly died, you could use Showa once. Except you're dead. The dumbest part about it is that the attack was severely undertuned. So, like, the thing is, if it's that hard to use an action like that, then it has to be like 1,000 potency if you get it right, right? Like something amazingly good for like just extra free damage to make it worth it. And if I remember correctly, it was like 400 at max. Let me see if I can actually find this information. Right, it actually stacked up to 5, so if you could hold the full 15 seconds, it capped. Patch 5.0. Look at the ad, beautiful ad. Patch 5.0. Let's see if I can make it a little bigger so it's easier to read. Patch 5.0 added. Patch 5.05, potency has been changed from 50, 100, 200, 300, 500. To 100, 300, 400, 450, 500. Which meant that you got like basically most of the value at the end of the day if you could just hold it for 6 seconds. What is that vid? I have no idea. It's an ad. Patch 5.1? Complete rework. Complete rework. Like, completely changed. They just went, nope, this isn't working. out the window. Just like they did with Raiju, by the way. One major patch later, boom, complete rework. Doesn't work. Also, I didn't even remember that. But could you imagine if Shoha had stayed the way that it was in Shadowbringers, where you just had to stand there and then finish with it, and then in Endwalker they gave you Shoha too, an AoE option in case you needed it. Just in case you needed it, I'm sure you did. Yeah, it does seem like, from what I can tell, that the majority... Is that Pendragon, by the way? The vast majority, if not all, of the GCD actions we have in Final Fantasy XIV that don't outright do damage or healing, they manage a resource or are intended for before combat setup, or they're specifically for downtime. Like, one of the three, that's it. Although, what else could you possibly use them for? If it's not okay for such an action to spend, to manage resources, what should it do then? The closest we get to something like what WoW had with Battle for Azeroth is Summoner, who literally uses a GCD to do nothing. But your next 6 GCDs are really good. Your next 6 GCDs are really good. But this one does nothing. Which actually says a lot. If I remember correctly, I believe Ether Charge adds 50 potency to Ruin. I think it's like 50 or 60. By the time you get Ruin 3, we're getting close to the point where it actually doesn't matter. If Ruin 3 does 300 potency, I can't remember if it does outright 300 potency at level 50 or at 54. I think it upgrades to 310 later or something like that. But if Ether Charge makes it so that you get 50 potency on your Ruin casts, 50, and you have Ruin 3, and it does just 300 potency, then what Ether Charge does is it says, let me take one of your Ruin 3s, and then it just cuts it into 6 slices and just hands it back to you in 6 pieces, and then when you're done with that, it goes, oh, by the way, have these Lego pieces as well. And the only real reason you're using it to access your summons, and I really mean it's for the summons, because I believe it's not until you get the rights, as in Topaz right, and Emerald right, and Ruby right. Before that point, Topaz Ruin is always just an instant version of Ruin, as in it does the exact same damage as regular Ruin, but it's instant. And Emerald Ruin swings between just barely doing more, assuming you have no spell speed, or just below, it's right around the same. And aside from this, Ruby Ruin actually does more damage. Ruby Ruin is actually more DPS than regular Ruin. And then your 3 summons, of course. But if Ether Charge is literally just piecemeal returning your Ruin cast that you wasted on it, then what it actually gives you in a certain level range is, well, you have 4 instant casts, like you have a bunch of instant casts, you have some summons, they're a damage gain, and then you have the 2 ruby ruins. The rest is just like man, the overlay is being spicy today. Thank you so much for coming, Catch. And hey, Coco, hope you're doing well. That is pretty funny. I can't remember. Is Ether Charge actually that? Let's see. Ether Charge gives plus 50 potency to your ruin. I can't see how much potency Ruin 3... Wait, I might be able to find it. Ether Charge, which you have until level 58, gives you plus 50 potency to your Ruin casts. 50. When you use Ether Charge, you have just long enough, barely, if you use Swift Cast on the final cast, to sneak in exactly 6 Ruin casts. This is Ruin at level 54. I believe level 84 it upgrades to 310 potency. But this is what it is when you get it. So Ether Charge costs agility, which you could have spent on doing 300 potency of damage. And then you can get 6, potentially 6, Ruin 3 casts with 50 extra potency. Which means you get a total of 300 potency. Which means Ether Charge does, How weird. How incredibly weird. I never noticed that. It never occurred to me in that exact context. It never occurred to me. Ever. I was just, I mean, it's probably a damage gain. Like this actually circles back to the thing I was talking about in mistakes mages make. If you assume that your toolkit makes sense and you don't have like wasted buttons, then it is a lot easier to not make mistakes by ignoring something that is important. I assume that Ether Charge makes sense out the box, so it never occurred to me to actually like go, wait a minute, that costs 300 potency to use. That is really, really silly. Well, I do realize that we could have probably managed to do one more duty while I was just talking, but we were reaching the point where I was like thinking it was time to round up anyway, but I do think that's what we're doing. Do we take another picture at the rock? Or do we move to somewhere else? We could take another picture at the rock. We can take a picture on this side today. This guy is certified yapper? I mean, she's got a lot of something. What that is, I don't know, but she's got a lot of something. Yo. The most famous rock in the Caemmunity. Yes. It's a rock. Do you guys also want to be in the picture? If you're really tall, it might be difficult to be on the picture if you're up on the rock. Unless you're like sitting down or something. We can step a little further forward from the rock if there isn't space for everyone. But it does help a lot if you like bunch in close. Because otherwise I'll be sitting here later with an Let me just do this so you can actually see whether I can see you. And I will go into G pose. I'll wait a bit so you have a chance to figure out. If you want to do an emote, then make sure to do the emote. If you want to have an expression for the emote, do that afterwards. If you don't want to do an emote, make sure to sit down and stand back up. That resets that. I'll give it a moment so you have a chance to actually do the thing you want to do. And you also have a chance to like move if it feels like, oh, I'm actually invisible on the picture if I stand here or something. Did you figure out which job you want to leveling first in Dawn Trail? I haven't. It'll probably be Warrior or Sage, I imagine. I imagine it'll be Warrior or Sage. And then maybe, like, I'll probably be leveling Viper and or Pictomancer a bit on the side while I do that. Oh great, it does seem like I can pause everyone because I have everyone on the friends list. You just do this. You're not doing anything. You're doing that. Are you getting memed by Poogie? Like, that's hilarious, but that's also sad. Why? It's not just a photo bomb, it's a Poogie bomb. It's just so perfect. Like, just as the animations happen, the Poogie just goes, Rah! Just jumps up in front. I think I got everyone. Chum. What happens if I do this? Oh, that's actually kind of better. If anyone wondering what happened, it's just that when you enter G-pose, you actually stop the weather and time. But you can just stop that. Do this. Like, if you discover, whoops, that the particular weather or time is very inconvenient, you've been working on that picture for like 5 minutes and you don't want to set it up again, you can just like think, well, maybe like you actually have to risk it because you don't know what the weather is until you actually unfreeze time. Nice. Would be cool if you could change weather and time manually. It would be cool. I think people have actually asked, like, can we have that? And we're told that that feels like maybe a bit too much god powers for players to just have. But you can do it with mods, I believe. But I do agree, and I just want to be clear, I agree that I feel like maybe it's a bit excessive if you could control the weather directly. I say that, and I don't use mods, including Anamnesis. Meanwhile, I mean, I have actually done this thing. They'll ban the mod developers and then add it to the... That would be... I think they've done that before, right? But... like, I've actually done this. Where I've, like, gone, okay, I need a picture, like a thumbnail of me being specifically here, but I actually need it to be sunny. For the picture. And then I have just... like, watched a YouTube video or something and just waited for the weather to be better. I just waited for it. It really sucks when I've done that and then it's like... then it's, like, then it's cloudy. Like, I sit there and, like, just let time pass for, like, 10 minutes. Or 20 minutes, even. And then it's cloudy. Put on a YouTube video, miss the weather pattern. I haven't actually done that. The particular case... here's a little fun fact. Those of you that have watched my job guide specifically, I know a lot of people actually found the channel through my job guides. You may have noticed that basically all of the job guide thumbnails in the most recent set are taken at the area where the first boss is in Bottom's Middle. All of them. Both the low level and high level ones. Because I really like the blue sky there. Now then some of you might be going, but wait, isn't it night in the Paladin ones? Yes. And I didn't have time to wait for the weather to be better. Or for the day to come around. Actually, for the Paladin ones, I made those because of Paladin getting reworked, right? And when Paladin got reworked, I said, like, the rework came in Tuesday. So Monday, I was, like, poring over the patch notes, trying to figure out what things appear to have changed, what things don't appear to have changed, and try to, like, preemptively write the guide so that I had to spend less time on making the guide when it was live. And then when it was live, I streamed me looking over all of the things. And then I basically just made Paladin guides until I had made both of them. And then I just released them when they were available, as far as I remember. Which meant that when I had reached this step where I was like, alright, well, next step is upload the video. Oh, right, a thumbnail, and then log into the game. Like, it's night. So I just did that. But that is actually the reason why you don't see me use that area as much, because I've discovered that a lot of areas in Shadowbringers and Endwalker have fixed times. As in, it doesn't matter what time it is in the rest of the world. If you enter Don Meg, it's blue skies all around. Or something. I believe it's actually yellow skies because, you know, Shadowbringers story. And you get what I mean. Exactly, cool. I believe Endwalker has the same, where most of the dungeons, like, the sun is always out. Or at least the weather's the same. And yeah, that is correct. It would be Ulthig we would have to talk about, and well... if anyone should be allowed to adjust with time, it should be Smol Caetsu, right? Had to run a party for the nice weather. How are you two the same person, Derbymir? Derbymir? Derby says, I like how the first boss starts off asleep if you don't attack immediately in Bottom's Metal. I have never noticed that. I don't think I've ever, like, walked up to the boss and then not attacked it immediately. Yeah, Grand Cosmos also has a fixed daytime. I've actually used that one a lot. Because of that. Because it's a pretty nice area and it's always sunny. But that was really incredible timing that you both mentioned Vanaspati of all duties. With that said, I think I will send Smol Kai back to Alpha, and then we can take a picture for the schedule, and then we can put her to bed. Sukeb says, from where the sunglasses your character wears? Smol Kai got them in a present from Ymir. I believe they're from the Morg store. They are from the Endless Summer outfit. And you can also do this with them. Yeah! Oh, I thought it was actually... given how expensive some of the other sets are, I thought you had, like, paid way more for that, Ymir. That's why I was like, wait, that's insane. But that's still something to just throw at my character when you could have bought them for yourself. Anyway, Smol Kai goes back to home base. I'm actually reasonably confident, Derby, that most people that actually have bought that outfit, bought them for the sunglasses. Because the rest of the outfit doesn't look super unique. It looks fine, but it doesn't look unique. Like you could probably just like put that together from something else, and you'd be like close enough. Ymir also bought them for Smol Kai just for the glasses. I believe I was making a joke about what Smol Kai is doing when Dawn Trail comes out. The story being, and like I've explained this before, is that when Dawn Trail comes out, game? When Dawn Trail comes out, Smol Kai will probably be going on a vacation, and I don't know for how long. But just imagine her, like, when you're traveling through Dawn Trail. Just imagine if you like walk past a beach or something, she's there. That's where she is. Somehow. You might be thinking about, how did she get access? How did she get here? She just did. Someone brought her in a backpack or something. She's there. Just having a wonderful time. She finally gets to sleep more than a week at a time. Finally. She snuck away on the boat. Yeah. She actually, like, when Dawn Trail comes out, she goes back in time and gets on the boat in the trailer. And just is there somehow. Like, you just see, like, the camera where it, like, pans up and, like, the Warrior of Light character is, like, he, like, does that thing with the, like, reveal, and then Smol Kai is just in the background sipping on like apple, like an apple juice or something, like the. For some reason. Oh yeah, it's benchmark day tomorrow. Someone did ask about that. What's benchmark day? The benchmark trailer that came out today is something that you can run on your actual PC. It becomes available to download tomorrow. What? I have mail. It's something you can test tomorrow, and you can run and see if your PC can run the game, essentially, which might be nice. Thank you, Mia. What are we going to do now? Is Smol Caetsu just going to be a schoolgirl? What about console players? I mean, yeah, the benchmark is exclusive to PC players, I believe, because PC players might have a machine that can't run the game. Your PlayStation can run the game, certainly. Like, that is something you do not need to worry about, Cyanide, at all. If they say it works on PS4, then it also works on your PS4, with certainty. Traverse's PS4's not getting the graphics update? Is that true? Thank you, Mia. It's very nice. Do we use this instead of the Bard gear now? Well, what we can do is if we do this. Oh. I don't care that it can be stored in something else. I want it here. I want it right here. I have so much space here, so I don't want to throw it away. Oh, we actually have Emperor. I was just thinking, I don't think we have that. Apparently we do. I don't even remember picking that up. I'm gonna do this. She looks so serious. It's worth it for the meme alone. Is this a meme? Has she become meme? She am become meme. You know, maybe without the bow, that looks a little bit crazy, doesn't it? There you go. She absolutely looks ready to party. Wow. PS4 is still going to be compatible with Final Fantasy XIV for Dawn Trail. There's a possibility that PS4 will be phased out for the expansion after that, but I'm pretty sure PS4 is going to stay relevant for Dawn Trail. Also, the gold seller thing you just mentioned, Ham. They also announced there's going to be a chat filter that you can use once Dawn Trail comes out. So you can, and the funny thing is, the reason I didn't even consider that is because most people were like, yes, now I can filter out like DJ, club, night, so that you'd get all those advertisements. But the thing is, if you do that, there's the worst possibility that they get really, really creative with the way that they word their advertisements, just like the gold sellers have done all along. Oh, thank you, Traverse. I don't think there's going to be such a thing, Coco, but you can also, of course, always filter out all the no-no words. Or alternatively, filter out all the not no-no words if that's what you want. Although that's going to require a lot of work. You're just sitting there like writing all regular conversation words. I only need no-no words. Well then. They don't advertise that, I don't think, Cyanide, but some of the clubs may state that they're not safe for work, which is implying that that's what's happening there. Yeah. Yeah. Right then, with that said, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join where you'll find most of them. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly sketch. Cyanide, are you okay? You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, which of course means tomorrow in this case. You will also find the announcement room where you can see links to new videos or streams when they come out. It's usually there where they show up first. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role if you'd like a notification whenever I post a new video or stream. That also comes with an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system, because that tells the algorithm that that was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. If you have been cursed with the new YouTube layout, you can find the like button if you click the cinematic mode in the video feed. Then at the bottom, if you scroll down, you should be able to see like the like button and all that stuff as usual. And the video description and things like that. That might have disappeared in the normal setting. And if you would like to support the channel even more directly, you can of course also become a member of the channel. You can gift memberships. You can use the super chat system. If you would rather not use YouTube, there's also the Ko-Fi link in the description. All of it, of course, helps me to be able to run the channel, you could say. Helps me to be able to spend more time on this, if that makes sense. Helps me directly, but it is entirely optional, and all the actual like content videos and everything on the channel are free to see for everyone. So I don't want anyone to feel obligated to give anything. That said, thank you all so much for all the support that you give, including this outfit Ymir bought and the sunglasses. Ymir dressed Kai today, apparently. With that said, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. And now we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night. Wink.